Okay, where were we? Maria Suniga.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Oriel, I apologize for this persistent delay.
Nope, not a problem.
This is a pretrial hearing. Do you have any pretrial motions?
At this time, I don't, Judge. I do. I can confer with Mr. Connors. I really just need to figure out what the best way is to get discovery during this time period from his office. And then as soon as I have the discovery, if there's any pretrial motions I need to file, I can do that. But I just wanted to get with him on what the best way to get that from his office.
Yeah, and Your Honor, we can mail that to counsel. So I just wanted to, we'll get a good address and Ms. Bond to stand. I'll write the address down right now just to be sure if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. It's going to be 540 South St. Mary Street, San Antonio, Texas, 78205. And you can make it attention to Brian Oriel, Oriehel.
Okay, Brian.
And it'll
Yeah.
be to the law office of Sean C. Brown will be the title on that.
Okay, good. We've got an appearance, so I just wanted to confirm that,
Yes, sir.
since you had here, we'll get discovery to you via mail.
Okay, perfect. And Judge, as soon as I get that, if we may be able to be set to one more pretrial setting, just so I can review the discovery and get any pretrial motions filed to you ahead of time. And that way we can take them up expediently at that point in time.
Mr. Connors, I presume there's no objection to that request.
There is no objection, Your Honor. Just a request for the, if you could, Mr. Oriel could give me the case numbers or give me the names of the defendants in both of his cases.
26828.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there two cases or just one, right?
Just one.
I think, Judge, is it 2682A or 2682B? Just so I have it correct.
Oh, my apologies. 26828.
And the defendant's name?
Zuniga, Zuniga. Maria.
Maria. Got it. Thanks so much, Judge and Mr. Oriel. We got it.
Case will be case will be reset. Pretrial hearing will be reset to April 27th, 2021. Notice will go out. Mr. Oriel, thank you again for your patience. You and Ms. Zuniga are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate your time. Judge, just to check, you by chance, well, you may not know at this point in time, but you by chance expect it to be Zoom or in person?
We're expecting, I'm expecting in person.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, by that time, yes, sir.
All righty. Thank you, Judge. May we be excused.
You may. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Pablo Salinas will be the 11th case that we deal with. We handled Mr. Rocha. We reset him, right? Brian Gaitan, Miss Yoon, this is a pretrial. Do you have any pretrial motions?
No, we are waiting on a fourth case that should be, I was told would be filed, but I haven't gotten any notification of it.
Mr. Connors?
I'm Brian Gatton, question mark. Yes, Your Honor. Well, it's not been filed yet, but we anticipate that it might be filed. Gaitan, 59 related. So in light of that, we're ready to proceed. However, it's just set for pretrial. We have no pretrial motions, Your Honor. So, and we don't have are you looking for just a recommendation, Ms. Yoon? Is that what we need?
Well, all of the cases do
Let
seem.
me just say this. Since there is a other pending case on this, Your Honor, we would ask that it be reset to sometime. It's a relatively new case to sometime in May to see whether this other case is going to be filed with your office, Your Honor.
Well, court will reset. Well, I don't need to reset. We'll pass this case to announcement, but y'all aren't passing it. I'll set this case for announcement. What's the second May date? That should be May 18th. By then, we'll know if there's going to be a bundle option or if this is going to go on its own. Mr. Gaitan, thank you for being here this morning. You are excused. Your reset notice will be sent out to your attorney who will get it to you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you have a good day.
You too, sir. Mr. James, Wallace James, you'll be the 12th case that we'll actually consider. And Ms. Cansteiner is here, right?
Yes.
She's K. I saw her K.
She may be next door. We're going to check real quick.
Uh,
Oh, she's there. K51.
Okay, 51. Hi, Ms. Cansteiner. How are you this morning?
just fine.
Great. Ms. Yoon, Mr. Connors, what are we doing with Ms. Cansteiner's cases?
So I knew that as this case was passed to me that she had a warrant out for her. So I spoke with her to arrange that she come today to lift the warrant, and then we can proceed with, as we spoke of, her making payments and ultimately resolving this case as soon as possible.
Mr. Connors, do you have any objection to withdrawing recalling the alias capias warrant?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, that warrant will be recalled. Mr. Loyo, that warrant for Ms. Cansteiner on case number 64, that there's a warrant, it will prepare the recall warrant notification. I'll get that signed today. Ms. Cansteiner, thank you for being present this morning. Is there anything further that is required on either of these cases, Ms. Yoon?
No.
From the state, Your Honor, what is the next court date on this? This is for status on a payment plan here.
Hey, are we close or not close? These cases are 662 days old.
Right, Judge. Well, I think that that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question. I do know that there is a balance. And is probation still on that they could, are they familiar with this case at all? She's not on probation, is she?
No,
So, Your Honor, it looks like that just by quick calculation, there's some hundreds of dollars here. So I guess I would just put it to counsel if it's reasonable to expect that this would be completed here. I agree with the court that it's been a long time. So really don't like being in the collection business, but there was an arrangement to have a payment plan.
The court will reset this case for 60 days out. So that'll be in the May timeframe. We'll get you a notice, Ms. Yoon, when we get it on the docket. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of y'all. And Ms. Cansteiner, thank you for being present. And you are excused. You have a good day. And
You too.
make those
Thank you.
payments, okay? What was the date?
Okay.
May 18th is going to be the date on that one. Okay. The court calls case number 25514, State versus Brian Perez. This is a PTD status case. Mr. Habash represents Mr. Perez. Both the state and Mr. Habash have indicated that there may be some testimony required from probation, Ms. Luna. Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Brittany Luna, the probation officer. Ms. Luna, are you available?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I'm here.
You're
Ms.
there? Your Honor, I'm not sure that this witness has been sworn.
Yes, Ms. Luna, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Luna, are you familiar with the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir.
And what is his name?
Brian Perez.
And has Mr. Perez, have you visited with Mr. Perez at your office here in Beeville?
I have, but he's actually assigned to another officer.
Are you able to testify as far as your familiarity or your office's handling of his status?
Yes, sir.
What is that status?
The defendant's last year analysis was on 3/3 of 21. It resulted negative. He is attending an outpatient. He was extended on December 1st, 2020 for 6 months for that outpatient services. Our recommendation is just for him to continue on probation so he can finish those outpatient services.
All right, and I understand, is it your understanding the defendant isn't currently employed?
Yes, ma'am.
So, Ms. Luna, to you, do you have some, are you able to see from your case file whether he's currently employed?
I'm looking right now, sir.
Sure.
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently employed.
Mr. Pettis, this isn't a speaking role for you at this time. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, he is employed, and it says Pizza Hut.
Okay, and when was the last payment made in accordance with his agreement here?
Let me check.
Thank you. I realize it's not your file, but I appreciate you looking at the file.
Oh, no problem. I just want to make sure that I have the correct date. His last payment was made on $3/15 of 21, and he made an $85 payment, but he's still delinquent $179.50.
What is your recommendation if you haven't already made it to the court in this PTD status, please, Ms. Luna?
Just continue him on probation, let him finish his outpatient program, and then hopefully he'll pay off all his financial obligations to this department.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
Mr. Abash?
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Luna, isn't it true that my client completed the DOEP class in November last year?
Yes, he completed it on the 20th of November of 2020.
Okay, and he is seeing a counselor by the name of Richard in Sinton, where his probation is, where he reports to probation now?
Yes, sir. He does have counseling services with our department.
And he has been seeing that counselor?
Yes, sir, he has.
And your recommendation is just to continue him?
Yes, sir. So he can finish out his outpatient program as well as make his payments.
And he made a payment just yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir, of $85.
And did he tell you that he was going to pay the remaining payment when he gets his income tax?
No, sir, he did not pass that information to me, and I didn't see anything in the chronologicals that stated that.
He is employed at Pizza Hut, though, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Abash. Mr. Connors, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Luna, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You may virtually step down from the witness chair.
Yes, sir.
So I don't have any paperwork on this matter that I'm aware of in front of me right now. Is there some court action that is requested from either party?
Judge, I agree with the department and ask the court to just continue my client so he can finish his probation now successfully. He's on a good track. He's seen a counselor. He's making payments. He has already completed his drug course.
Yeah, that was my take too, is that it sounds like y'all are all on the same page. Mr. Connors, would you concur with that same opinion?
I am, Your Honor, and I don't believe any further court action is necessary at this time.
Mr. Pettis, thank you so much for being here this morning. Good job. Continue to tick off those things that you have to do. I wish you the best of luck and on a successful completion of your probation.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and you're excused. There's nothing further that the court needs for you. So have a great day. Thank you.
Okay, you too. Thank you.
You too. Court calls number 25655, Efren Ivada. This is a violation hearing. Mr. Ivada, you are not represented by counsel. Mr. Connors, you may proceed when you're ready.
Your Honor, at some point during one of these hearings, could I be put in a breakout room with my client Theodore Hernandez so that we can move this more quickly, multitask?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So. Okay. Which client is it that you're looking for breakout room on?
Theodore Hernandez.
Ms. Yoon, you should be receiving your invitation as Mr. Hernandez has too. Back to the case that we were working on, Mr. Ivada. Mr. Ivada's violation hearing. Are you ready to proceed? How about Mr. Ivada? Are you ready to proceed? Where are you, Mr. Ivada?
He's right there. He's in the other courtroom, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Your Honor, there may have been a little technical glitch. I was invited to a breakout room, but I'm ready to answer the call on Ibarra.
Yes, sir. That was I'm not good with breakout rooms, so yeah, you don't need to
Never
join.
mind.
Just keep you as breakout room number 1. Is Mr. Ivada back up?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ivada, do you understand why you're here this morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're not represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Okay. You're wishing to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Thank you. State would call probation officer Brittany Luna to the stand, who's been previously sworn, Your Honor.
She has, and the court would admonish Ms. Luna to know that you are continue to be sworn.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, Mr. Connors.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Brittany Luna.
And are you a probation officer?
Oh,
And,
Mr. Ivada, you're not speaking right now.
Your Honor, may I proceed with my examination of Ms. Luna?
Please.
Ms. Luna, you're Brittany Luna with the B County Probation Department?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you familiar with the defendant in this case, Efren Ibarra?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with him?
He's actually one of my clients.
All right. And how long of, what is the current status of Mr. Ibarra is on, what is his current legal status? Is he on a diversion program?
No, sir. He is adjudicated.
Yes.
Yes, sir. For 24 months, he was placed on probation on March 18th, 2019.
So approximately 2 years ago, he was placed on a 2-year community supervision with your office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As a result of an adjudication for what offense?
DWI second.
All right. And has he been your charge since his adjudication in March 2019?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was required of Mr. Ibarra in order to perform this community supervision, in plain words?
He had a report every month, your analysis every month, make payments to the department for court costs, fine, probation fees, and your analysis. He had to complete the driving while intoxicated program, the victim impact panel, and community service hours.
So with regard to the first prong, he was required to report to your office? What frequency?
Monthly.
And how has he done?
He's reported sporadically. He hasn't reported every month like he's supposed to. It's been difficult trying to get him here every single month.
Do you know where he lives?
Here in Beeville.
Okay. Does he have transportation?
Yes, he's been driven over here every time.
So somebody takes him to the probation office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does he have a driver's license? Do you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So, and would you happen to know who takes him to these meetings at your office?
No, sir. It's been different people, different vehicles.
So, and that the requirement is that he appear monthly in your office to check in.
Correct.
Right. And when you say sporadically, would you say that half the time he shows up?
About half the time, yes, sir.
And you also indicated that I would imagine that one of the purposes of reporting is so you could require him to provide your analysis testing. Is that right?
That's correct.
With what frequency do you provide the opportunity to provide your analysis testing?
It's as directed.
What have you directed?
Monthly.
So for the times that he's shown up, do you always require him to submit to UA?
Yes, sir. And we also do randoms where we'll call them throughout the month for them to report as well for UAs.
What has the performance been like on the UAs?
He has missed 9 UAs. So sporadically as well.
Okay, I want to concentrate, if you will. I understand that he hasn't reported all the time. What about the times where he has provided urinalysis to you? What is the results of that urinalysis testing?
They do vary. He had a positive back in March. I'm sorry. Back in June 29th of 2020. And let me see. And we sent that one off to be confirmed. The majority of them have been negative, but he has a lot of no-shows. So I honestly can't give you good information on that.
So is it fair to say that you can't confirm the frequency and not of his alcohol because its frequency of appearance has been unpredictable or sporadic, as you said?
Correct.
Right. So is that what you're testing for, is alcohol use?
Alcohol and also drug use.
And the only positives have been for alcohol, or is that not correct?
Correct.
When was his last urinalysis provided to you?
The last one he provided was on January 20th, 2021, and it was negative.
Right. So approximately 2 months ago.
Correct.
And the one preceding that?
Was June 29th, 2020, and that one was positive for alcohol.
How many intervening periods or tests did you require between the positive test in June 2020 and the negative test in January 2021? Do you understand the question?
Yes, sir. I'm looking right now. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm sorry. I can't count well today.
So between June and January, you ordinarily would have required him to provide testing each month that he appeared.
Yes.
But he didn't appear between June and January at all. Is that correct?
June and January. He did appear. He reported in person on August 21st, 2021.
And
Or
was
2020, I'm sorry. June
August-
29th. And July 27th.
And why wasn't a UA required on those dates?
We were trying to do randoms. The defendant's report usually come out clean, so we call them at different time periods.
You have an opportunity to discuss with the defendant, regardless of the science involved, whether or not he is abstaining from alcohol?
Yes, we discuss it every office visit.
Is he required to abstain from alcohol as a condition of his probation?
Yes.
So just to clarify, he appeared, I believe you gave me 3 dates that he appeared between June 2020 and this couple months ago, January 2021. Is that right? There are several dates in which he did appear at your office.
Yes.
But during those time periods, we don't have the benefit of urinalysis.
Not always. What we'll do is they'll report one time and then we'll call them in for a random. So sometime that month at a different time period.
I understand. So you, what is the average length that the alcohol will manifest itself by your testing process for someone who presents in your office? Does it show whether they drank the night before, the week before?
I can't give you that information. I'm not a specialist in that.
So what is the purpose of having the random urinalysis then?
Random urinalysis is to call them in. They have 24 hours to report, so we can detect anything. As far as our tests, we'll usually do it for about 7 days, but depends on how much they drink, depends on the product and everything else. So there is quite a few different things that we have to gauge.
How do you
But
know
it's just to catch them.
I understand. How do you notify the defendant that he or she is required to appear for a random urinalysis?
We text them or call them.
And what means did you use for Mr. Ibarra?
Text.
Okay. Are you able to discern whether those texts are received?
Yes, sir. They'll let us know. Our system will let us know if they fail to go through.
Is that the only means in which you used or rely upon to inform someone that they must appear for urinalysis?
No, we've done telephone too.
Okay.
Like called them.
Do your records indicate whether you had any individual contact with Mr. Ibarra regarding appearing for random urinalysis?
Let me check right now. I have called, but there's been no answer.
Okay, so your records indicate that you've placed a telephone call.
Yes, like I've called his phone number. And it's either wasn't working. It says here was not in service.
Is the defendant required to maintain some type of communication with your office, current address, a working phone number, if possible?
Yes.
Do your notes indicate, or your file indicate how he was notified to appear on January 20th, 2021 of this year, and how it was that he knew that he had to come in on that date?
I am looking right now. January 20th. He was given a text message. It was sent out 2 days prior.
And he appeared.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about his completion of required drug alcohol programs. What has he required to do? What has he done?
He's done none of his programs. He was referred to the DWI education program, and he did not attend. And that is something that we hold in-house. They do it by Zoom. So there was no reason for him truly not to go. And he was referred on November 19, 2020. His classes were supposed to start December 7th, 2020.
So you made arrangements, is my understanding, with the defendant to participate in these programs?
On the driving while intoxicated program.
And what is the length of the program?
This one is 4 days.
And what is the duration each day?
From, let's see, from 5:30 to 8:30.
Do you know whether the defendant is employed?
He does side jobs.
Did you speak with him regarding his attendance at the DWI education program?
Yes, sir.
And
He couldn't afford the class, which was $95.
so there's a fee for participation.
Correct.
And who's that fee paid to?
That's paid to us, the probation department.
Right? Is it made online or in person?
Either.
Okay. So you're not able to participate unless you pay the fee.
Correct.
Regarding some fees, the defendant has some arrearages on a number of fees. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have a current, any type of garnishment on his wages or order to receive a copy of his income tax?
In his conditions, let me check. They're supposed to bring in paycheck stubs, but him submitting his tax return is not in his conditions because it's
Okay.
a misdemeanor case.
All right. And do you have any pay stubs that reflect his current income?
No, sir.
Has he ever been represented by attorney to your knowledge?
No, sir. Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Finally, well, I think you've covered all the areas there. What's your recommendation for this defendant, Ms. Luna?
My recommendation is to extend the defendant for 2 years and place him in this Coastal Bend Regional Intermediate Sanction Facility with a substance and cognitive track. It will be on the felony tracks, which is 6 to 9 month program. That way he can gain employment, stay sober, learn techniques on how to remain sober, and to help his cognitive thinking. The alternative is for him to be sentenced to no less than 6 months in jail or however deemed appropriate by the judge.
So is this the regional ISF in Sinton, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And what is the length of that program?
6 to 9 months.
What is the, when was defendant's community supervision set to expire originally?
Tomorrow, March 17th of 21.
So just to clarify, and my understanding here is at the present time, we're, strike that. I have one other question here. With regards to his appearance at your office, were those in person or remote Zoom appearances?
They were both. So if he didn't report, he could call me by phone, or sometimes it would be in person.
Do you have other probationers perform and complete programs related to DWI education that are handled by your office?
Yes, sir.
What's if you could just briefly testify as to the, if you will, the purpose of the DWI intoxicated education program and why your office has such a program?
The reason for the program itself is to educate the defendants on their choices when they're drinking and driving. It does educate them on the consequences for their action. And that's the reason for the class, is to just really educate them on the consequences of drinking.
To your knowledge, has this defendant reoffended in the period in which he's been on community supervision?
Not that I'm aware of.
And what is the maximum period of time in which he can be extended on community supervision based on your handling of his file up to now?
2 years. 4 years altogether for a misdemeanor.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Mr. Ivada,
Yes, sir.
where are you? There you are, sir. You're proceeding without an attorney. You're entitled to have an attorney represent you if you so desire. I want to ask you again, I asked you before, but I want to ask you again, is it your choice to proceed pro se?
No.
It's not. Are you asking the court to appoint an attorney to represent you?
Yes, sir.
The court will reset this hearing for March 24th, 2021. Mr. Ivada, you are not excused to leave the courtroom. You will need to fill out an affidavit of indigency unless you are able to hire your own attorney. I will not reset the case after the 24th. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Connors, do you have any input or objections to the court's pronouncement just now?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for the time.
Okay. Mr. Ivada, this matter is being continued to the 24th, so hang tight. We'll get an affidavit of indigency over to you. Mr. Diaz, I know you're on the Zoom call. You don't need to get off of mute, but we'll make sure that we get Mr. Ivada's contact information, and we'll get it to you. It looks like probably during the noon hour.
Okay, Judge, thank you.
Thank you both, and thank you, Ms. Luna, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Ricky Rodriguez, case number 26263. The court calls case number 26263. Mr. Abash, this is a plea. Do I have the paperwork?
We did our part, Your Honor. The paperwork was sent to the county attorney's office.
He sure did, Your Honor, and it's we're working it out right now.
Okay, then I'll call that one probably this afternoon. Thank you both.
Sure. Can you give me one moment, Your Honor, while I confer with my colleague here in the office?
Yeah, I'm just looking for pleas now. There we go.
Your Honor, a quick update on that. Everyone has signed it, and we're printing the judgment for your signature. We can run it over immediately.
Thank you. Yeah, let's do that.
Is it possible to send Mr. Dye back over here for that service?
He's not here. I don't know where he went.
I was just teasing, Your Honor. He was
Um,
helping us out earlier.
okay.
Sure thing. We'll take our bill out of our tab at the wine bar.
Where are you, Mr. Rollins? 2676. With respect to cause number 26741, matter of state versus Vidal Alanis, the court has reviewed the proposed pretrial diversion. Court agrees to the terms, approves the terms, and that pretrial diversion has been entered as of this moment. Is there anything further that needs to come before the court with respect to that? Ms. Luna, this is 26741, Vidal Alanis.
Okay.
Does he need to show up to talk to you, or?
Yes, Your Honor. He needs to report right now.
Okay, Mr. Alanis, do you understand your obligations?
Bit of a connection issue, Judge. It's phasing out. Just for point of prayer.
Wait, what?
Oh, no. Barrett's freezing. Mr. Dye, you are frozen.
Hey, we're having a connection issue. I'll call Miss Luna directly and line out logistics. Thank you, Your Honor.
Great, thank you all very much. Do you have anything else in front of the court this morning, Mr. Dye?
I believe that finishes my business. You may have other plans for me. I believe that's it, though.
No, sir, y'all are both excused. Thank you very much for your
Thank you,
patience. Pablo Salinas, the court will call cause number 6836. I have the paperwork. I do. I've got it. Paperwork right here, Mr. Habash. Is this a DW? No, this is assault causes bodily injury. Okay. The court's reviewed the conditions contained in the pretrial supervision paperwork and has approved them. I didn't see in the file a waiver of speedy trial, though, Mr. Habash.
Is that on?
This is Pablo Salinas.
We're checking our file for that, Your Honor. Number 56 on the docket.
If y'all could just get that straight. But otherwise, Mr. Habash, the pretrial supervision has been entered. Mr. Salinas will need to go meet with Miss Luna today as well, and we'll allow your office to take care of the scheduling of that. Mr. Salinas, thank you for your patience and being here this morning. Best of luck to you on your process over the course of the next several months. Good luck and have a great day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo.
Okay.
Am I good to leave or?
Go to probation, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, bye.
This is interesting. Mr. Wallace, are you still on the phone? Okay. Mr. Connors, you present? Mr. Wallace is, oh wait, no.
Good to go, Your Honor.
He's trying to get in right now. Do I have any paperwork for Mr. Wallace?
Checking on our end.
We have it. I think.
Oh, you do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Wallace, are you present? Mr. Wallace, can you hear me? Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace. James Wallace. James Wallace. Mr. Wallace, if you can hear me, you have communicated numerous times this morning with my county clerk's office, utilizing foul language and objecting to the delays and the time that it's taken for us to get through this docket. I am at your plea right now. You need to wake up or communicate with me at this moment in time. This is your opportunity. Mr. Wallace, I see you, but I don't hear you. This is an interesting one. Mr. Wallace.
Would he see a chat?
Huh?
Would he be able to see a chat if you put Mr. Wallace out to the?
Maybe. Let me see. Not on mute.
Well, no, he'd see it on text on the screen.
Oh, for you. Mr. Wallace. Moving on. The court is looking at cause number 26560, State versus Ricardo Vasquez. 26560.
Yes, Judge, this is my client.
Yes, sir. I'm just looking for the case number 26560. Here we go. Let me review. Mr. Vasquez, you understand that if I enter this pretrial supervision this morning, you'll need to appear here in Beeville with Miss Luna today.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Well, what time?
I'll let you and Mr. Habash work that out. The court has reviewed your conditions of pretrial supervision. I've approved the agreement, Mr. Habash.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your patience this morning, Mr. Vasquez, and you are excused. I guess get with Mr. Habash however you guys see best fit to get in touch with Ms. Luna today.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you both. Mr. Wallace. What a shame. What a shame.
It's like he's looking right at you.
I know. What other pleas do I have? So I choose. This one. Okay. Court's reviewing case number 26826. State versus Isaac Perez, conditions of pretrial supervision. What was this case? DWI. First. Mr. Pettis.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Habash, I am approving the terms of the pretrial supervision agreement that you had with the county attorney. You'll need to report to Ms. Luna probation today, and you'll need to coordinate that with her and or with Mr. Habash, your attorney. Mr. Habash, is there anything further on this matter, on this case that needs to come before the court?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Mr. Pettis, you are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Good, Lenise.
Judge, you think if you wrote on a piece of paper Mr. Wallace and held it up, maybe he gets your attention that way?
I don't know. Mr. Wallace,
He's looking at us.
He's having problems with his phone, but he's having a hard time staying up. Okay. Do we have any other plea deals that haven't been heard?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe Ricky Rodriguez should be ready.
Anybody seen Ricky Rodriguez?
Your Honor, Amanda's heading over with several
Oh,
right now. That may be one of them.
Okay. Ms. Yoon, on our 10:30 docket, which we're now woefully late on, Mr. Bozan, I know was present earlier. Is he still?
Yes,
There you are,
he's
Mr.
there.
Bozan.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a motion to suppress and then a pretrial on a POM. I guess they both arise out of the same incident.
Yes.
Okay. What you got?
He's talking.
That's okay, Miss Yoon.
I didn't know if you were asking me what I had, but I realized I think you were talking to someone there.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I just got the paperwork on Mr. Rodriguez. Okay, the court will call cause number 26263, State of Texas versus Ricky Rodriguez. I have some plea paperwork in front of me, or some paperwork in front of me. Mr. Connors, Mr. Habash, y'all ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Am I ready to proceed? Mr. Rodriguez, where are you? There you are. Would you raise your right hand for me? Where I can see it? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, great. Thank you, sir. He said he did respond in the affirmative. Mr. Habash, would you like to start, or Mr. Connors? How do we want to?
Let Mr. Connors do.
Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. Are you Ricky Rodriguez, the defendant in this matter?
Gonna have to turn the volume up, Mr. Rodriguez.
Did he speak?
Mr. Rodriguez, could we, I want to ask you a few questions about your plea.
We can't hear you, Mr. Rodriguez. I need you to speak at the top of your lungs. We've got to get through this. So turn up the volume on your phone, look and see if it's on silent. You're not on mute.
It's all the way up. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
That's good. Keep it real close to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, you're the defendant in this matter in B County, are you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're the defendant who was charged in this case with driving with license invalid and having a previous conviction for the same offense, sir?
Correct.
Right? And are you entering
Yes.
a plea of guilty today and freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And you would admit that if the state were to call witnesses or present further evidence on this, that would indicate that you committed a violation of driving while with license invalid, with having a previous conviction in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Bosch, do you have any questions?
I've already admonished my client. He understands what he's pleading to. He understands the rights he's given up, and I don't have anything further.
Thank you. And Mr. Abash, you join in this plea with your client as well?
Yes, it's for a $250 fine plus court costs, final judgment.
Rest and close, Your Honor.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
Did your client, do you have any concerns or questions with respect to the representation that Mr. Abash has provided for you in this matter?
No, sir.
And you understand, you feel comfortable that Mr. Abash has explained to you fully the consequences of your entering into this a no contest. No contest, is it? Or you pled guilty to your guilty plea?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that this is a plea bargain case and there will be no right to appeal should I follow the terms of the proposed agreement?
Yes, sir. I'm aware. I fully understand.
Okay. And you are pleading guilty?
Yes, sir.
The court will find you guilty and adjudicate a judgment against you in the following in furtherance of the agreement that's in before the court. So we'll assess punishment at confinement in B County Jail for a term of 1 day with credit for 1 day served, and payment of a fine in the amount of $250. And court costs on this matter? 408 or 480? Okay. And court costs are $408. And the court will assess no fees for your court-appointed attorney. Did I leave anything off of this particular?
Judge, will my client be given a payment plan?
Good, that's a good question. Do you need a payment plan, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll need you to, how do we want to do this, Anna? Have him come into the office? Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, we'll set your payment plan at $50 a month. I'll still need you to come into the county clerk's office. Is there anything further that needs to come before the court on this matter?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Habash. Mr. Connors? Mr. Connors? Do you have anything further on this matter?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you all so much. Mr. Rodriguez, best of luck to you in the future. Please do make sure that you make those payments as agreed upon, and you are excused. Please have a wonderful day, and thank you again for your patience.
Thank you, Joe.
Yes, sir. Are there any other plea deals?
Judge, I believe I have a dismissal for your consideration on Rito Zertucci, cause number 26137.
Dismissal has been provided to the court, Your Honor, moments ago.
Oh, okay, excellent. Then it has been signed, or it will be signed shortly. Mr. Zertucci, congratulations. Your case has been or will be shortly dismissed. I've even taken it with. There's nothing further on this matter before the court. You are excused. Thank you for your patience. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Habash, while we're going through your stuff?
I believe I just have 2 more status hearings, and that'll be all for me.
Okay. Ms. Yoon, do you have any plea deals that we haven't addressed?
So I went over the paperwork with my client, Mr. Theodore Hernandez, and as I was reviewing it one more time with him, I realized that the terms that we were sent from the county attorney were not correct, and so I don't want to enter that, obviously. And so I was hoping that maybe, I know obviously we want to enter it, but I think we probably won't get it done this morning because I have to have him re-sign. And I'm doing it electronically, so I don't know.
Do you want to just move it to the 24th, Ms. Yoon? Or do you want to call it this afternoon?
I think I guess I would probably want to know what would be better for my client, if it would be better, because I could get it done with him. It would just depend whether he could do this afternoon or the 24th.
And what's your client's name? Which?
Theodore Hernandez.
Thank you. Mr. Yeah, what do you want to do, Mr. Hernandez? You want to try to get it done today, or you want to reset till next week?
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Okay.
Yes,
We'll
sir.
just hold on to it, Miss Yoon, and just, we'll be here all day. So
Could he return for the afternoon docket, since
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have to have him sign it on his phone too?
yes, ma'am. Thank you for
Okay.
bringing that up. Mr. Hernandez, you're excused for until 1:30.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else? Or we go back to, are there any other plea deals, any other dismissals, any other dispositive announcements that we have?
I think we're caught up, Your Honor.
Okay, great. That one's done for today. Rigoberto Ramirez, are you here still?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Ramirez, my apologies. The court's going to call cause number 26100, State versus Rigoberto Ramirez. This is a violation hearing. Mr. Ramirez, are you represented by counsel?
No, sir.
Are you, you are entitled to be represented by counsel should you so desire that. Will you be requesting court-appointed counsel this morning or time to obtain your own counsel? Or do you,
Can I get a, excuse me?
or you can proceed on your own pro se right now.
Could I get a court appointed?
Yes. When did we reset the other? When did we reset Mr. Pettis's case to case number 3 on the docket? Mr. Habash, do you remember the day we reset Brian Pettis? Oh, no, sorry, disregard.
It was Efron Ibarra.
Thank you. Oh, March 24th. Mr. Ramirez, I'm resetting your violation hearing for March 24th. That's next week. You need to, Mr. Diaz, are you still on the phone? No. you're not.
Yes, sir, I am.
Oh, there you are, sir. Can you give Mr. Ramirez your telephone number, please, sir?
I will be at my office located at 331 North Washington. And if you can swing by 1 p.m. and I will be there, take his affidavit.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ramirez, you are excused. Please make sure you call Mr. Diaz today. When you show up when you show up on the 24th, you'll need to have counsel because we will be proceeding. Okay.
Okay, 24th at the same time?
It'll be at 8:30. Yes, sir.
Okay, and can I get his number real quick just so I can have it, so I can get the location?
Yes, it's 361-880-5449.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
That one is passed. Are there any other violation hearings that are set that we haven't addressed already? I don't think there are.
Your Honor, we're satisfied that I think that was the, I'll pose that question to Miss Luna, Your Honor. I think she was tracking those.
I believe we have.
I see. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Enriquez Chapa as well.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, say that again, Jeremy. What?
Enriquez Chapa, clause number 23849 is a violation hearing that's still pending.
Thank you, Mr. Habash. The court will call cause number 23849, State versus Enriquez Lee Chapa. This is a violation hearing. Mr. Habash represents the defendant. Mr. Connors, is the state ready to proceed?
Million yourself, right?
Mr. Connors, is the state ready to proceed on?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Mr. Bosch, you ready as well?
I am ready.
All right, Mr. Connors, you may call your first witness or proceed as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge.
Will Miss Luna be testifying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Luna, the court will admonish you that you're still under oath. Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Luna, are you the probation officer in this case?
I have the file. I was not the probation officer originally in this case now.
And is this a case of Enrique Chapa?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review the file?
Yes.
I note that, what is the date of the original offense, if you could?
He was originally placed on probation on June 4, 2015, or did you want when he committed the offense? I'm sorry.
So he was placed on probation in this case in 2015. What is the current and most recent assessment that you can provide on this case?
The last chrono that we had was from 10/3 of 16. An alias capus was issued for him for failure to report in court.
And do you see him in open court today?
I see his name, but I don't see his face.
When was the last time you saw his face?
The last time he reported in person was August 21st, 2015.
So is it customary for your office to maintain files this length of time on a community service track?
Can you one more time?
Is this a case, would you agree with me, this is a rather dated case?
Yes.
Right. What was the most, so you haven't seen him in 6 years? Is that your testimony?
Approximately.
Your office hasn't seen him in 6 years.
Yeah, approximately 6 years.
All right. Has he completed any of the terms of his community supervision?
No, sir.
And do you know whether he's reoffended?
Not that I am aware of.
What is the age of this defendant?
Let's see. Around 41.
Could you repeat that, please?
43. I'm sorry. 43.
All right.
Or he'll be 43 this year, so 42.
And is there any indication that he's that there's any kind of disability or other infirmity that's prevented him from coming to your office based on your review of the file?
Nothing that I am aware of. I went over it and couldn't find any reason why.
So can you just testify as to what you see from the file and your professional experience? What's happening with this case?
The defendant just failed to report like required for probation. He didn't complete any of his classes. He didn't pay all of his fees.
What was the underlying offense? Was this a driving while intoxicated?
Yes, with the BAC of 0.15.
I see that. And are you a supervisor at the probation office?
No.
Okay. From your review of the file, has there been more than one probation officer involved with this case?
Yes.
Is there notes indicate any efforts made to contact Mr. Chapa or to otherwise communicate with him?
Yes, we sent failure to report letters in 2015. Every time he failed to report. Let's see. Officer McElwain called the defendant and he failed to call her back.
So did you make normal and customary efforts to communicate with this probationer.
Yes, sir.
So anything else that I did not cover?
No, sir.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Abosh, do you have any questions?
Ms. Luna, my client is on a DWI 1-year pretrial diversion from offense that happened back in 2014. Is that correct?
Let me look for the offense report. Yeah, May 20th, 2014.
And you testified earlier that he was a no-show back in October 2016. And did he ever appear before today for any status hearing in the courthouse?
Not that I am aware of.
I'm just wondering, from 2016 till today, or 2019, I believe he had a court date of March 17, 2019. In that gap period, were we not setting status hearings for him?
I don't know what the court does. We send out the violation letter, and then the court sets him. He had an active alias capias, and after that, we put our file to the side and wait till the courts do.
So for 3 years, the client just didn't have a setting. Is that what you're saying?
I believe so. I don't know how the court process works as far as on their end.
Regardless, did my client ever provide you with any information that he got an ignition interlock?
Let me check. I see no records of ignition interlock in here.
Did he do the DWI class?
No, he never completed it.
And from your records, has he ever paid his admin fee or probation fees?
He's paid $80 to the department, and that was on 8/21 of 2015.
Thank you, Ms. Luna. I pass the witness.
Luna, with the court's permission, I'd like to just ask you, does this defendant have any pretrial jail credit on this case?
I wouldn't know. I don't keep up with that on a pretrial diversion.
All right.
Sorry.
All right. Nothing further from this witness, Your Honor, from the state.
Do you have any other witnesses, Mr. Connors?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Luna, thank you for your testimony. You may virtually step down from the witness stand. Mr. Habash, do you have any witnesses?
Yes, I do. I would like to call my client, Enriquez Chapa.
Mr. Chapa, I need you to activate. There you go. Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Habash, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Chapa, where are you living at currently?
San Antonio, Texas.
I have been trying to get a hold of you for a while. Is there a reason why you haven't given probation department and the court correct information, updated information on your phone number and your address?
Going back all the way to 2000, how far back, or recently? Recently, I had just when I got employed with my employer now, I was told I had a warrant in Beeville, and I had to take care of it in order to continue my employment. So I went to the courthouse in Beeville, provided a letter stating that I needed to see what I could do to resolve the warrant. And that's when I showed up to the last court date, and then got the court date for today to attend. And I hadn't contacted you because I was given another number to another lawyer. So I was contacting her.
What is your phone number?
210-238-2721.
Where are you employed now, Mr. Chopper?
At PNC Bank.
When you were first put on this pretrial diversion, did you understand the conditions?
I did.
Do you understand that this is really the best agreement that you can make in that court to resolve your case?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever attempt to get an ignition interlock?
I didn't have a vehicle at the time. All I had was my company truck at the time.
And what about the DWI class? Were you ever told where you needed to take it, where to register to take it?
No. At that time, I was working in the oil field. I was out in the field. They did call me one day, I do believe, letting me know that I had to go take a drug test that day, which I was willing to do, but I was working 12-hour shift and I wasn't able to make it to any kind of clinic in where I was at working at that time, because I was in a small town out in the middle of nowhere. It was in West Texas, and I wasn't able to make it. And I did provide that information, but they said I had to make it. If not, it was going to go against me.
Okay. What about your administration fee of $500 and your supervision fees? From the testimony of the department, they said you only made an $80 fee. Why haven't you been able to pay the department based on this agreement, what you owe?
I had been out of work for a while, went through a lot of years with my dad going through cancer. He passed away about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago almost. So it was just a lot of personal issues that I was dealing with my father at the time.
Before today, the last court date you said you came to, when was that? Was that the March 17, 2019 court date?
No, this was this year.
You came to court and they
Yes.
reset you? What
Correct.
date?
I don't recall the date. I know it was January. I think it was in January, if not February, and then it got rescheduled to today.
This violation hearing was set November 24th, 2020. It was set January 5th, 2021. I think we passed that docket. It was set February 16th, 2021. That docket was canceled, and we're now on March 6th, 2021.
Yes, the February one was canceled. I do recall that one. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chapa, from 2016 till 2019, were you ever given a setting to come to court on this matter?
No, I had never received paperwork or a letter or anything. That's why I did show up to the courthouse when I did find out I had the warrant, asking for a court date or to be able to put on the docket so I can show up to court to try to resolve the issue.
Did you ever attempt to contact the department during that time to try to stay up on what you needed to do to follow?
I did. There was a brief time when I was living in close to Fort Worth, Texas, and I was working in that area. I did get put in jail for, I believe it was 7 to 10 days for a warrant that I had in Beeville. And then I was released, I guess, due to the fact from what they told me, because I wasn't picked up from B County. And then when I got out of jail, I contacted the court or Beeville, asked them what was going on and how to resolve the issue, gave them my address. I never received a letter to the address I was living at in Dallas or in Fort Worth. So I didn't know what was going on at that point.
Okay. Do you understand that essentially, though, the conditions you were supposed to follow in this agreement are ultimately your responsibility? Do you understand?
Yes.
And do you understand that this agreement, it looks like it seems like it kind of got away from you to where you were involved with a lot of different things. And regardless of the court not giving you a setting, I think that you're not giving me too much to work with to represent you. You have anything else to tell the court about this that you would like to tell the court?
Well, it was, after I got out of jail in Fort Worth or in Dallas, I don't know what jail it was in Dallas. I did try to contact Beeville to see what or how to resolve or why I was put in jail for that warrant. I did spend the 10 days in jail. I believe it was 10 days. I didn't receive any response back from B County. At that point, that's when I was having issues with my father. As I mentioned, he passed away about 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. And since then, I've been just working and recently laid off and just got another job. I did let it go. That is my fault. I do take responsibility for that. It's really until now, I do know that I still do have to take care of something or find a way to take care of things. I have really nothing else to say. I mean, I know it is my fault, and I knew it was my responsibility, and I do take full responsibility for that, and not calling B County and keeping in contact with B County to try to get more information on how to keep up with that.
Thank you, Mr. Chapa. I passed the witness.
Mr. Connors, do you have any questions for Mr. Chapa?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Chapa, you said you spent about 7 to 10 days in Fort Worth or up there in the Dallas area, perhaps on this charge as a result of your warrant from B County.
Yes, sir.
Have you had any other arrests since the date of the incident in 2014?
No, sir.
No other arrests?
No, sir.
Not in San Antonio, not in Dallas, not in B
No,
County?
sir. No, sir.
And you're currently employed at the PNC Bank?
Yes, sir.
When you had your DWI back in 2014, there was an accident, a single car accident. Were you the driver of that vehicle?
That's what I was trying to explain to the cops, that I was not the driver. I never saw the video. I was on the side of the road looking at my car. There was another person with me. When I got off the car, I was looking at the car because I was on the passenger side, and that's when the cop pulled up and tested me, gave me the sobriety test, and then that's when I was taken to jail.
Right. So who was the owner of the black Dodge Charger that was
Yes, that was mine. I was coming from Victoria. I was with a friend that I had met there in Victoria, and I was coming back to my dad's house in Beeville off of FM 673.
You weren't at a basketball game that night?
No.
You admitted to the officer that you were intoxicated, though?
Yes, I did tell him that I was drunk. I told him I did not deny that. I told him, yes, I am drunk, but I wasn't driving. But they kept asking me and asking me and asking me, and I kept telling them that I wasn't driving. And they asked where the other person was, and I said, I don't know. I woke up on the passenger side, got off, started looking at my car, saw it was all wrecked up and messed up, and that's when I was taken in after the state trooper arrived on location.
Did you have to go to the hospital?
No.
Yeah. In any event, you sought a pretrial supervision in this case that would have afforded you an opportunity to complete a period of community supervision. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that period of that time, what you've essentially done is pay a total of $80, and you never took any classes, right?
No, sir.
if this court, if you were, this offense is punishable by some period of jail, a sentence to jail, what would happen to your job?
I would lose my job and my family, and I'm in the process of trying to adopt my stepkids at the moment as well.
So this is pretty important to you.
Yes, it is.
Would you say that it's important enough for it to become a priority so that you would complete what you had promised you would do 5 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Is that in fact the case?
Yes.
So would it be your testimony that you've indicated you'd lose your job, you might have family ramifications, those are understandable if you lose your employment. But that, was there anything about those conditions of supervision and the things that you were required to do that you don't understand or you didn't understand?
No, I understood it. I did.
And
I just, the only thing that was kind of in the way was my job at the time. And then when they would call me to go take randoms when I really couldn't find a place to take it. So it was making it kind of difficult on me to do that.
Would you admit to this court that you've provided a number of excuses for not doing almost nearly a single thing that you said that you would do 5 years ago?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Habash, do you have any?
I have nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chapa, before you get off the witness stand, I have a couple questions for you. Sir, you testified that after you entered into this deal with the prosecutor back in 2015, that despite the fact that there was a requirement that you install an ignition interlock on a vehicle, you didn't have a vehicle to do that. You said that you only had a company truck. So my question to you, Mr. Chapa, is after you entered into this deal in 2015, did you continue to drive that company vehicle?
I had a crew that would drive. I was the supervisor at the time.
That is not an answer to my question, sir.
No, I did not drive that vehicle.
Okay. Is there anything further, Mr. Habash, that you have on this matter?
No, Your Honor.
Counselors, can I meet with y'all in a breakout room that I'm about to create real quick? I'd like to discuss this with you outside the presence of everybody else. Miss Yoon, I am so sorry that this delay has set us so far back on our on our suppression hearing. And Mr. Wallace, as soon as I'm done with this case, we're going to hear your plea deal and get you moved on to. And I'm sorry that it's taken so long. I know you just got off a long night shift, and thank you for your patience. If everybody could just hang out a few more minutes. When we get back, Mr. Wallace will be done with you in 5 to 10 minutes.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Good. Before you went, I just want to see if you can hear me. Just
Yes,
my
sir.
second time on this. I'm new to this kind of stuff. I was just pushing stuff. I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing.
Hey, man, you're doing great. And again, I'm really sorry that it's taken all morning. Just hang tight and give me a few minutes to speak.
Well, I'm off tomorrow, so whenever this is done, I got plenty of time to sleep.
Okay, great. Please hang tight, sir. Let me see if I can set up this breakout room. And Miss Yoon, if you want to get if we're going to be ready to proceed, and Mr. Connors, if you want to have Miss Band to get the police officer ready to proceed on the suppression hearing, we can proceed with that. Let me go ahead and talk to Mr. Habash and Mr. Connors.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's Amanda. I need to.
Okay. What were you doing, man? The same thing while ago. Well, we got to eat something. I know. I told her I don't know, but she didn't let me give us some more cereal. I said, do you want cereal? You want some for lunch? Well, we just got up anyway, remember?
Hey, you got to mute your mic.
Oh, me? Oh, Like I said, I'm new to this stuff.
It's working really good now.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Mr. Chapa,
Yes, Your Honor.
the court has heard both sides fully. I'll ask Mr. Connors, do you have any closing arguments or, oh, wait, Mr. Habashi. Hold on. Apologies, Mr. Habashi, you're here with us now. Mr. Chapa, I'm sorry, Mr. Connors, do you have any closing argue?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I will defer to the court's judgment on this case. Has been quite a bit said. I know Mr. Chapa has spent 10 days in jail. It is a stale case. We're mindful of employment ramifications through a conviction. We are pleased, the state is pleased that Mr. Chapa has not reoffended based on his sworn testimony to us here today. That speaks well for him. So to that extent, we would defer to the court's judgment in its entirety, Your Honor, and in just premises.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Mr. Abash, do you have any closing?
Yes, Your Honor. One thing I do appreciate my client doing today is appearing and taking responsibility. I do think that the case is stale, and I do think it's problematic that he hasn't received a setting notice, didn't receive a setting notice between 2016 and 19. He has spent 10 days in jail. He's employed, and like Mr. Connor says, he hasn't picked up any more offenses. I defer to the court on this one too, but if the court does choose to continue this case, I would just ask for it to be reset so I can determine, me and Mr. Connors can determine if we can enter to some type of plea deal based on the stipulation that my client has already signed to this offense, if the court chooses to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Habash. Mr. Connors, do you have anything further on this?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Chapa?
Yes, yes.
Is an interesting situation that we find ourselves in. Is there any way that you could be available on March 24th, 2021 at 8:30 in the morning?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Habash, Mr. Connors, I would like to afford you both the opportunity to find a solution so that I don't have to mete out judgment of my own accord and volition. Mr. Chapa, it is imperative now that you get this resolved and get it resolved, if there's any chance at all, by engaging directly and substantially with your counsel, Mr. Habash. So the court will admonish you to please take this very seriously and put this at the top of your priority list. Do either attorneys have any comments or objections with respect to what I've just said?
No, Your Honor.
I'll work with Mr. Chapa to resolve this case on that date.
I know you will, Mr. Habash, and I thank you both for y'all's consideration and time. And Mr. Chapa, I appreciate your candor before the tribunal. These types of situations are never easy, so the court does want that. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chapa, you are excused for today. You will need to be prepared to be back on Zoom next March 24th, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the court is going to call cause number
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, am I released?
Yes, you are excused.
Thank you.
The court calls cause number 26926, State of Texas versus James Wallace. Mr. Wallace.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear, sir. I have plea paperwork in front of me for a judgment, no probation. I'm going to run through some quick admonitions for you, and then we'll get you on your way. Okay, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me find them.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir. Now's the time.
No, well, not about the case. I'm talking about, can you hear me good?
Oh, I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you're good. So you understand that even with a plea of no contest, you have the right to be tried before a jury, to be represented by a lawyer, to be represented by an appointed lawyer if you can't afford your own lawyer, to proceed pro se, which is what you are doing, to compel witnesses to testify on your own behalf, to cross-examine the accusers that are accused you of the crimes that you're charged with, the right to remain silent, not to say anything, the right to have additional time after you've had an attorney, retained an attorney, or had one appointed to you in order to prepare your case.
Yes, I understand those rights, but you know that would be defeating the purpose. That would, excuse my language, but that would be just like pissing in the wind. That no.
Okay, that's I appreciate that. There's a plea bargain agreement in front of the court right now. It's been electronic. Actually, it's been signed in person. I think by you. I think with thanks to Mr. Raven, if I recall correctly. In this agreement, are you familiar with this document? Do you recall signing it?
Yes, sir, I do, because he came to my apartment and signed it, and he notarized it. It was it Michael Raven, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Now, if you would please raise your right hand. Yeah. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this?
Oh, with my right hand. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceedings the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I am looking at this document. It says that you were pleading no contest to the charge of driving while intoxicated with a blood alcohol content level in excess of 0.15, and that the deal is a fine of $500, 0 days confined in the B County Jail, with costs of $513 to be incurred. Is that your understanding of the plea? You can lower your.
Yes, sir.
And you can lower your right hand. Is that your understanding of the plea deal that you entered?
Yeah, yes, sir. It is.
Okay. And are you on any medications today that would make your understanding these proceedings difficult or unlikely for you?
Well, I am on medication, but it's nothing that would interfere with my judgment.
Well, and I would tend to agree with you, sir. You've been very patient all morning. So with respect to the charge of driving while intoxicated with a blood alcohol content in excess of 0.15, how do you plead, sir? Oh, now he froze. Oh no, where'd he go? Now he's gone. Oh no, here he is. Mr. Wallace, I can't hear you. I can't see you anymore. Can you call this up? Oh. Yeah. Court's thoughts exactly. Whoever just exhaled.
Before the suppression hearing, I know Israel Gutierrez was here for a long time, and I don't see him here anymore. But we already.
Oh, he's waving. He's here.
He's there. Oh, he went in person. Yeah. So we just want to announce that we're ready for jury trial. And then so I don't know if there's much more we have to do for that. And then I know for Elias, long day, long morning. The same as we were waiting for the response. So I don't know how much longer we have to wait for him either. So I just want to bring that up.
Waiting for the response. What do you mean?
So I filed several motions and requests for discovery and things like that for that case before the last hearing. And then we talked, the three of us, and the county attorney's office said that they were going to respond to those requests today. And so I don't know if there's something we need to talk about with that, or if we're going to talk about it more later.
Your Honor, those responses are due. I do have 4 different motions. They seem to be essentially discovery type requests for our witnesses list. And if we're going to go to trial, we'll obviously have to provide all that information to Ariel. So I would note that there isn't any other evidentiary motions on file or just procedural motions for discovery and such?
Do you have any objections to any of the motions that have been on file?
Do not, Your Honor. No objection.
All motions are granted. Ms. Yoon, is there anything further on the Homan cases other than to set a trial date?
No.
Okay, we'll set the trial date. It's going to be this summer. It'll give y'all enough time to get any other pretrial issues worked out amongst y'all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Connors, you don't have anything further on the Homan matters, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Homan, thank you for your patience today. This has been an interesting one, but I do appreciate you being here and staying here, and you are excused now.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Gutierrez, I'm looking for your case number. There he is. Okay, so Mr. Goose, we're going to go through a formal announcement hearing, or what are we doing? Ms. Yoon? You just want to go for trial?
Yeah, I don't know if we need anything more formal than that, but I will submit the procedural forms as we had discussed for Elias, but for this case.
Mr. Gutierrez, we will set your case for trial. We will give notice to Ms. Yoon. Again, apologies to you and to everybody again and again for the delays in today's proceedings. Thank you for your patience. You're excused. Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do I have him back yet? Oh. Okay, Mr. Raven,
Yes.
hold on. Okay. Mr. Wallace, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear
Mr. Raven, can you hear Mr. Wallace?
Yes, I can.
Mr. Wallace,
you. Yes.
I have reviewed your plea paperwork. I was asking you when we were, this is back on cause number 26926, State of Texas versus James Wallace, his entry of a judgment, no probation. The paperwork indicates that you are pleading no contest to the charge of driving while intoxicated with a BAC in excess of 0.15. Is that in fact your plea?
Yes, sir.
And your understanding of the agreement is a fine of $500 plus court costs of $513 and 0 days confinement in the B County Jail.
Yes, sir.
That is great. Sir, I will accept your plea of no contest. I will find you guilty. I will assess punishment at a fine of $500, 0 days confinement in the B County Jail, with cost of $513 to attach as well, for a total of a fine amount of $1,013. Will you need time to pay that?
Yes, I would. That's something else I want to ask you about. I don't have all that at one time.
That's not a problem, Mr. Wallace. Starting in April of 2021, can you pay $75 a month?
Oh, yes, I can do that.
Okay.
And there's another question, if you don't mind me asking.
No, sir.
I don't have a vehicle. Is there any way Mr. Michael has my email address? Is there a way that I can be sent an address to where to send it to?
I tell you what we're going to do.
Who to make it out to?
Mr. Wallace, my office, Mr. Mike Loya, who I think I'm talking on his phone to you right now, we'll touch base with you later, maybe tomorrow, and we'll get you all the information you need in order to make those payments. Okay, sir?
Okay.
Okay, great. Mr. Connors, is there anything further that needs to come before the court on this cause?
No, Your Honor.
All right, all documents have been signed, all plea paperwork has been signed. Mr. Wallace, thank you once again for your patience. We'll be in touch with you. You have a very nice day, sir. You're
Okay. Don't forget to get in touch with me.
The court calls cause number 26060, State of Texas versus Jasmine Salinas. Ms. Salinas, I apologize, I missed your case earlier. This is a violation hearing. I do not have any indication that you're represented by counsel.
No, sir.
Would you like to seek court-appointed counsel or time to obtain your own counsel?
No, sir.
Are you ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Connors, are you ready to proceed with Jasmine Salinas? Oh, there's a breakout room request.
Well, Your Honor, I think we could dispense this with a brief, query. I know that I know time sensitivity, and we've got a lot of folks waiting for us. Ms. Salinas has got some unpaid fees in this case, and if it's her request to have some additional time to pay those fees, say 2 months to May, then that would meet the needs of the state in this case, and we would be happy to get behind a continuance if in fact that's what she thinks she could do.
Ms. Salinas, sorry, Ms. Luna, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, no,
She's
no.
already been extended 6 additional months. She expires June of 2021. And that gives her enough time. She just needs to make sure that she submits your analysis every month, as well as a tenant outpatient, which I want her to sign orders amending for.
Ms. Salinas, are you asking for a little bit more time before we go through the substance of this violation hearing to try to get all these final matters worked out for you?
No, sir. Yesterday I had paid my class, so I'm currently doing my drug class right now. And then I did pay off the remaining balance that I owed to probation. So all I really need to do is pay the $250 to the attorney office, and then of course go turn in some donations so I could finish off my community service.
The court is going to reset this case for a period of a little bit more than 30 days. We're going to put you on the April 16th docket. Is that right? 13th. April 13th. Ms. Salinas, April 13th, you need to be back around. It's probably going to be in person.
Oh. Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have a good address for you? Did you get our last notice for this hearing?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. The new notice will come to that same address. Okay. If you have any questions, you can call my office outside of, during regular business hours, but when we're not in court. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your patience. I'm sorry we couldn't get this resolved for you today, but a little bit more time, and it sounds like you're going to get it resolved for yourself. So keep doing the right thing. You're doing great, and I look forward to seeing you in a month or so. Okay? You're excused. You may go about the rest of your day.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, just do a status hearing. Martina Moreno, Mr. Abash, there's a breakout request on this one. Yeah.
Your Honor, I can offer on this case that defendant was just in our office making a payment. This is a restitution case, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. And so our recommendation is that, there's progress is planned. We would allow her to continue to make those efforts, best efforts. We would respectfully request some additional time. It's essentially a recovery case, Your Honor.
Mr. Abash.
Your Honor, my client makes payments every month, and she usually gets reset for 3 months at a time, as long as, from my understanding, she's made all those payments, and I agree with the state just to reset her in 3 months.
We'll do it a little bit longer. The court will reset her to the first court date in June. June 1st. I believe. There you are. Hi. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you for making your payments. Keep doing the right thing, and you'll get through this quickly. Okay. You're excused now. Go about the rest of your day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're down 2, and then there were 2.
That's right. Let's see. That one's gone. Oh, that one's done. Ah. We have Mr. Delgado.
Yes, sir.
You don't have an attorney. This is you're in court today on a motion to revoke. Or would you, you're entitled to counsel. Are you asking, are you asking the court for court-appointed counsel on this matter?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll be back with you shortly. We have Delgado. That one's done. Isaiah Hinojosa we have. This is a breakout room request, Mr. Hinojosa. I'll take care of you in a second. Number what? Number 4.
Number 4, call.
Number 5.
I'm sorry, number 5.
Before the bottom. Yes. Yeah, he's excused. We reset that for March 24th. Holman is done. Polonius is done.
Is it a diversion?
No, he was, I believe that was a,
Restitution.
no. That was a,
Theodore Hernandez is coming back at 1:30, which I'm sure it's close to
I
1:30.
believe he was placed on a straight probation.
Okay, so it was an adjudication.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Isaac Perez. Is he one?
Judge, you accepted his PTD.
Thank you, sir. James Wallace is done. Okay, so Mr. Hinojosa, Mr. Delgado.
Yes, sir.
We're about to start a motion to suppress hearing. It's probably going to take between 30 minutes and an hour. If you guys would like to take a break and go get a bite to eat, if you could get back online at say 2, is it time 12:30 right now?
Hinojosa.
If y'all could check back in at 2 o'clock, we'll get your matters resolved. Okay.
Your Honor,
Okay.
Your Honor, on Mr. Hinojosa's case, I might be able to be of a little assistance. Understand that if he could communicate with our office, this is a restitution case. He could communicate with Amanda Banda from our office. That's 362-3237, area code 361. That would be helpful perhaps to his cause this afternoon.
Mr. Hinojosa, did you get that message? I can't see you.
It's better if I just call.
Yeah, would you please, Your Honor, may I direct the address this defendant? Mr. Hinojosa, would you contact the county attorney's office? And we may be of some assistance to you. Did you get that phone number?
No, sir. Can you repeat it?
I can. 361-362.
Sir.
3237.
Okay, I got that.
All right. Make the call. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, thank y'all both. Mr. Delgado, we'll see you back at 2. Okay, you're welcome to get off the call for a little bit and get some food.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Am I good to leave the call?
Yes, you can leave. Just come back.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Yoon, we have, this is the 10:30 docket, cause number 26762, 26763 in the matters of the state versus Caleb Bozant. 62 is POM, 63 is DWI, motion to suppress. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes.
And
It's ready, Your Honor. Then we have our witness, Sergeant Weekly, on the Zoom call this morning.
And I was wondering if I think we maybe sent an email. My email got somehow undownloaded from my main desktop, so I've been on this online version of it. But I was wondering, I don't know if I can share, if you can give me permission to share my screen. I know, and then or how we can have it so that I can play portions of the video while asking questions.
Okay. I'm happy to allow you to share your screen. I don't think, does the county attorney have any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any other witnesses besides Sergeant Weekly?
No, Your Honor. That's the state's only witness this morning on the motion to suppress is Department of Public Safety Sergeant Clint Weekly, who's on this Zoom call.
Great. Sergeant Weekly, thank you for your patience in being here today. If you
Good morning, Your Honor.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If we're ready to proceed, Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Your Honor, the state is in receipt of a defense motion to suppress. I don't know if if it would be appropriate to ask the defense to articulate. I know that the state would have the burden here, but
Ms. Yoon, would you like to give an overview of your motion?
Yes, I would like, I will go more into details in closing, but I would say that the basis is a violation of my client's Fifth Amendment right to remain silent for no Mirandizing during a custodial interrogation for the duration of the interaction with the police for the duration of the whole video that I have that will be tendered. That's about, I think, 50 minutes.
50 or 50?
Yeah, 50, 50.
Okay. Burden's on the state, right?
yes, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Your Honor, just by a brief way of introduction here, the motion to suppress, which is in the court file, of course, presented in both of these cases, both case 267 and case 26763. Just one case number. We should have, and 26762. The state intends to call one witness, Sergeant Clint Weekly, who would testify that he had access to his dash cam, body cam. And just a note for the court, we've already provided a copy of that. At the appropriate time, I'd have that marked as State's Exhibit 1 if to lay the appropriate foundation, and I see that the court has received that. Defense counsel and I have agreed that it would be appropriate to conserve the court's time in whether the court rules today or takes it on advisement that video could be reviewed in greater detail by Your Honor, and I'll try to provide some guidance as to how to find the files that are the subject of this police stop and conversation with the defendant. Your Honor, the state would call Department of Public Safety Officer Sergeant Clint Weekly to the stand.
Sergeant Weekly, you've already been sworn in. Mr. Connors, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Weekly.
Good afternoon.
You're zooming into the B County Court here, but where are you located today, sir?
Well, today I'm in Travis County. I was a highway patrol supervisor for Live Oak County when the stop was made, and I recently transferred.
Very good. Well, I want to ask you and direct your attention to, first of all, would you tell us what your official title is? I know you're a sergeant at the Department of Public Safety. Could you give us further information?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm a highway patrol sergeant, which is a field supervisor for troopers in the state of Texas. Live Oak County has a 11-man station that I supervised at the time. Highway patrol sergeant includes both administrative and routine duties. This particular weekend, I was borrowing a trooper's marked unit so that I could conduct routine duties for that operation in Corpus Christi that weekend.
And you are a licensed peace officer in the state of Texas, are you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes. And how long have you been a licensed peace officer?
Since 2012.
2012. So, and do you recall the date in question here, May 21st, 2020, what you were doing on that day? Were you on duty?
Yes. Yes, sir. I was on duty in a marked unit conducting routine patrol in B County.
Okay. And you recall approximately what time of day you were on duty when you encountered the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon.
Okay. And could you describe just in your own words what the sequence of events were?
Sure. I was driving southbound on US 59 with a public place in the county of B, state of Texas. I observed two black vehicles in the center turn lane attempting to turn left. The one behind it had a driver in a white shirt who rolled down his driver's side window, and he was waving at me like that. So we're passing each other. I'm southbound, they're northbound. And as he's waving at me like that, my attention's drawn to him, and he's pointing towards the truck in front of him. So I conduct a U-turn right there. As I get up behind him, he then activates rear emergency lights, which traditionally are law enforcement or firefighters trying to assist. Then we then turn left, and he's behind the vehicle the defendant was driving, and he's pointing at him like that. Then the
let the record reflect,
observed,
Sergeant Weekly, and Your Honor, let the record reflect that the trooper, Sergeant Weekly, is making a hand motion that is indicating some kind of hand gesture that's being made by the other driver.
The record will so reflect. Thank you, Mr. Connors. Or yeah, Mr. Connors.
Sergeant Weekly.
Yes, sir.
So so your attention was alerted to an individual who was moving his arm. I take it that he had his hand outside of the vehicle?
The complainant, yes, sir.
Right. So and you said that there's some type of lights that you saw on this vehicle?
Yes, sir. He had rear facing red and blue emergency lights.
And just to be clear, this was not the vehicle that the defendant was operating.
Correct.
Okay. And so you're at the point where you're describing how you turned your marked vehicle around. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you turned into a side street. What ensued?
So as the vehicle's turning, I also noticed an equipment violation, which was the dark window tint, and then the vehicle illegally parked facing traffic. So those are two violations I saw in addition to the complainant attracting me to that vehicle.
Well, you're addressing an equipment violation. You're following a vehicle that you described had some emergency lighting, and an individual was making some gesture with his hand. At this point in time, did you have any idea who was in this particular vehicle where they were waving their arm?
I did not, no, sir.
And you're indicating that, so when you turn the corner, you're behind that vehicle. Did you make any attempt to communicate with the operator of that particular vehicle with the emergency lighting who was waving his arm out the window?
He eased over to the right, and then I conducted a traffic stop on the defendant and then approached the complainant. And that's where he told me that the driver was all over the road, et cetera. And then I proceeded to speak with the driver.
So the court doesn't have the benefit of having seen, presuming that they haven't had the benefit of seeing any video in this case, which something is different than both defense counsel and myself. But what you've just described is turning a corner, and this is in Beeville, Texas. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And this was on some kind of side street off of what we know as Houston Street, which is also Highway 59.
Yes, sir.
And this was would this have been in a kind of a commercial area of Highway 59 near the center of town or not?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so what you've described is these two vehicles, and you're saying that there was a vehicle in front. And what is it about that vehicle in front that drew your attention, or if it did?
Well, and again, once I conducted the U-turn, as he's drawing my attention to that vehicle, I noticed the equipment violations, the moving violations, and then made contact with him.
What moving violations are you referring to?
Park facing traffic. He parked on the wrong side of the road, facing the wrong direction.
Okay. Did you have your lights on at that point, or any kind of emergency signaling that would have informed the vehicle to pull over or not?
No, just after he pulled over is when he illegally parked is when I pulled up behind him and activated my lights to initiate the investigative detention.
So you hadn't attempted to stop at the point in time in which the defendant's vehicle had pulled over to the left side of the road.
Correct.
Okay, what happened next?
So then I got out, I approached the complainant. He identified himself as an off-duty police officer. He said that the defendant was all over the road.
Is this the man that was
alluding to
waving his
reckless
arms, officer?
It was, yes, sir. And that he alluded to that he had changed lanes when unsafe, and later found out that he had actually called 911 about this driver, and the Beeville Police Department was looking for him. But I just happened to pass at the time he was on 911.
Whether you were ever able to confirm, we're still talking about the individual who's waving his arms and has the emergency lighting. Is your testimony that he also pulled over to some side of the road when you were making this stop?
He pulled over to the correct side of the road and then waited there. He's aware of police procedure requiring us to identify or at least be able to substantiate a credible witness when we take enforcement action based on somebody else. So in general, if you have someone flag you down and say, that guy's all over the road, or he almost hit me, or he's driving recklessly, we like to get that person identified. Him being aware of that, he pulled over and we were able to get all his information.
Right, but you didn't, what communication, if any, did you have with that individual before you spoke with the defendant?
None. Well,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Before I spoke with the defendant, yeah, briefly, I walked up to him. Like I said, he identified himself, said that guy was all over the road driving recklessly.
All right, and did you do anything to confirm his identity?
Yes, he was identified both by business card, Texas driver license, and his credentials.
Okay, and was he a peace officer?
He was, yes, sir.
Do you happen to recall where he was employed or stationed?
City of Wallace Police Department outside of Houston.
Okay, all right. What did you do next?
So then the driver was exiting his vehicle. I approached him, greeted him, asked him why he was driving like that. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders, and I noticed the cues of intoxication. We started talking about that, and went from there.
Okay. So you basically confronted him with what the information that the other, what was this other peace officer off duty?
He was, yes,
Okay.
sir, just traveling through.
In any event, he was outside of his jurisdiction.
Well, for moving violations, yes, but a peace officer can arrest a person for any offense committed within their view if it's a felony or breach of the peace anywhere in the state.
Nonetheless, he wasn't affecting an arrest, was he?
He was not.
And did he have any involvement with this defendant, to your knowledge or recollection?
Not at all that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you confronted the defendant with some report that the witness had, this peace officer from out of town had apparently reported and communicated to you. What did the defendant say, if anything?
I don't recall, again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't recall exactly what his words were, but he was I noted in my report, he was lackadaisical, as in like, he just really didn't care. And I asked him about cutting off that driver or why he was driving like that. He just kind of shrugged his shoulders. And I think later during the interview, he admitted he didn't see him when he cut him off or something to that effect. I don't think it rose to the level of road rage, but the complainant was certainly worried about his driving behavior.
At some point, was there another officer from local police that became involved or came to this area where you stopped?
Yes, sir. A few minutes later, the Beeville Police Department showed up, and they were talking with the complainant as well. And whenever I walked over there, he said, "Is this the reckless driver?" And I said, I didn't know anything about that. I was just passing through. And he said that they had received a call about that. So I asked the complainant, "Did you call 911? He said, "Yes, I was getting transferred. I was trying to get somebody to stop this guy."
And when you say the complainant, I know you've used that term consistently from the beginning until now. You're referring to that peace officer that was traveling through the community.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is probably as good a time as any to ask you, officer, is your vehicle in person as an officer equipped with any kind of technology to record either audio or video, any types of stops?
It is, yes, sir. It's got a WatchGuard 4RE system, which is an automatic audio and video recording device mounted inside the patrol unit. that was working properly on that day to capture the stop. In addition, I was wearing a body worn camera, which wirelessly connects to the same system and records both audio and video as well.
And have you had a chance to, did you in fact deploy or initiate those, either or both of those systems on the day?
Yes, sir. Both of them automatically through the use of when the lights are activated. The in-car system has a 2-minute pre-recording feature, so it captures 2 minutes prior to the lights being activated, but all that was automatically activated with the stop.
So if the court eventually reviews this and it's admitted into evidence, your recommendation would be that you cue it up about minute 2?
Sure. Depending on if you're looking at the in-car or the body-worn camera, the body-worn camera has about a 30-second pre-record. The in-car, at least a minute into it, is where you'll be able to see my vehicle in motion, and then shortly thereafter, the witness, the peace officer, and then the suspect.
And what is it that you do to preserve this, both the body cam and the in-car video, so they could be later reviewed?
Sure. So at the conclusion of the stop, once the defendant's actually at the jail and out of the vehicle, and there's no longer any requirement for there to be a recording, it's then stopped, tagged, preserved, archived, so that it can be held with retention policy and then produced as evidence in this case.
Was that done in this particular, for purposes of this particular stop?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. And was any reproduction of that made and provided to, well, this office at some point in time?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know how that occurred? Was it mailed? Was it delivered?
I don't recall the delivery method. I do know that there's a watch guard video system in the Highway Patrol office in George West that me and the administrative assistants are custodians of, and that this electronic copy is a true and correct copy of that event that was produced.
Okay. And have you had a chance to subsequently review both the dash cam, in-car video, and as well as your police body cam?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you believe that's a true and accurate depiction of the events which occurred in the course of the stop on May the 21st, 2020 in B County, Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit what we would wish to have marked appropriately as State's Exhibit 1 as for identification purposes, and that they be admitted for further testimony of this officer in this case.
Any objection, Ms. Yoon?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1 is admitted, and just let the record reflect that the court has in its possession a DVD labeled Bozant, Caleb Austin 5/21/20 DWI-1/POM Sergeant C. Weekly inside a paper holder with cause numbers 26762 and 26763 transcribed on the document. And now I've also added on the lower left-hand side State's Exhibit 1. Please proceed, Mr. Connors.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for way of maybe a little roadmap, Sergeant Weekly, on those particular files, which I've had a chance to see, there's like most computer files, there's a few folders and such like that. Can I ask you specifically about the folders in which both the dash cam and the police body cam would be contained in?
Yes, it depends on the format in which the DVD was burned, and as well as whether or not it's intended to be played on a DVD player or a computer. But nonetheless, if you drill down to the root folders, either one should be labeled with my last name. In addition, the difference between the body cam and the in-car is that the in-car camera will have the unit number, starts with an F, like an F19 dash something. The body-worn camera will be WCF1, if I remember correctly. Both should have my last name attached.
Thank you, Sergeant Weekly. And I would ask the court to take judicial notice of the fact that these particular computer files, which were testified to by the officer in this case, as indicated, in fact, have two files which pertain to this case. And one is the body cam as testified to by the officer, which starts with the prefix WFCI-05 in this particular instance. And as the officer also testified to, his name is indicated. So the file reads as such, Your Honor, Clinton Weekly underscored 2020-0521. There's some other digits, and then WFCI-05 for the body cam. And for the dash cam, also starts with the officer, Sergeant Weekly's name, Clinton Weekly, has the same 2020-0521. It has some digits, and then F19, as the officer indicated, would be indicative of the dash cam, just so the court can find its way to those.
Thank you.
So basically, Sergeant, you encountered the defendant, Mr. Bozant, and you're on the Zoom call today. Do you see the defendant in the courtroom today or on our virtual call?
Yes, he's wearing a dark colored shirt with looks like a black ball cap. Or it's hard to hit. His image is small, but I can see him in the call today.
Well, normally I'd ask the court to acknowledge that the officers correctly identified the defendant, but I think we should try that again. I'm looking at a screen in which there's about 7 or 8 participants.
Yeah, there we go. I'll maximize his screen. It ain't a ball cap. It's just the way he's got his hair laid today. He's in a purple shirt with a white diamond design on it.
Yes, and I might add, it's a pretty nice shirt from my vantage point.
It is. Yes, sir.
The what essentially you discuss with him, you confront him about this reckless driving, suggestion of reckless driving by the other motorist. You had confirmed, just to bring us up to date, with that there had been a 911 call placed by this complainant in the case, and now you're basically addressing the defendant, Mr. Bozant, in the case. What happens during the course of that communication?
So I noticed he had droopy eyelids. His eyes were red and bloodshot. Like I mentioned, the lackadaisical attitude, based on my training and experience, is indicative of someone who's intoxicated on marijuana. So then I asked him, when's the last time you smoked? And he said, never. And then so the passenger exited the vehicle. He came back to the back as well. And then we went from there.
So there was another guy in the vehicle as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there any other individuals that were in the vicinity of this? I think you testified to that it was well, what kind of area were we in? Where is this a commercial area, residential area?
Yeah, I would say it's urban. It is a smaller county, but just off the main travel portion of the highway is the residential area. So there were several houses there, and that was their friend's house that they were going to. So they came out on the steps, and one of them actually walked up to the passenger side of the truck, and I told him to get back to where he came from while we finished our detention.
So what were your suspicions during the course of this conversation with Mr. Bozant, if any?
At minimum, reasonable suspicion existed to believe he was recklessly driving, that he could have failed to drive in a single lane, changed lanes when unsafe, as indicated by the witness. He was also operating a vehicle as prohibited in accordance with the sunscreening device chapter, and additionally parked facing traffic. And then after he exited, I then noticed indicators of intoxication. So we had several things to look at on this stop.
Well, so the information you had with regards to the lane driving or the possibility of reckless driving, those were based on the reports that were made to you by the individual who was trying to wave you down initially. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't actually observe any type of erratic driving or anything else that was other than what you say, pulling over on the wrong side of the road. There wasn't any driving that would be indicative of impairment up to that point. Is that correct?
Well, park facing traffic could be indicative of impairment. Other than that,
just to clarify, Sergeant Wickley, sorry to cut you off. In other words, I'm just trying to clarify exactly what you saw as opposed to the report. You got the report from the other individual. You didn't actually observe the defendant. Well, let me just say, up to the point at which he pulled over and parked in front of the house, was there any evidence of impairment that you personally witnessed?
No, sir.
But upon confronting this particular suspect or motorist, First of all, I'm sure the court will see the interaction and hear, but what was the essential, how would you describe your interaction with the defendant?
Again, unsteady on his feet. Not to be informal, but someone that looks intoxicated on marijuana, at layman terms would say that looks high, or the indicators that I got from the driver, not the passenger.
And how would you know that?
Well, training and experience, there can be, there's several major drug categories that can cause different types of reactions, both mentally and physically with a suspect. But when someone's unsteady on their feet, lackadaisical, kind of laughing about the stop, smiling when there's nothing really funny that we're talking about, red bloodshot eyes, droopy eyelids, those are all indicative of someone who's intoxicated on cannabis category drugs, namely marijuana.
Did the defendant indicate at any point in time that he had actually used marijuana? I think you referred to it earlier, but if you could cover it again.
Initially, he said no. Then later on, he admitted that he had, and that he had smoked a G, informally referring to like 1 gram, an amount, a measurement of marijuana. And then at one point I asked him, I said, "You smoke a lot, huh?" And he smiled and said, "Yeah."
What was it after you had asked him initially whether he smoked marijuana? Were there any other visual cues other than the way he was standing or his red droopy eyes that you point to that would be indicative of any type of intoxication?
No, not that I recall.
Okay. Did you believe you had sufficient information to further investigate the defendant for possible impairment while driving?
Absolutely. And those cues almost make sense when you don't have a clear-cut road rage. If you have somebody who's driving that's caused that much attention, to draw somebody's attention that much to the point that they're trying to call 911, when it turns out that they're showing signs of intoxication, it almost puts 2 and 2 together to make sense of why we have concerned motorists about this driver if intoxication is at play.
Would you say that the report that you received from the other party and confirmed by the Beeville police officer that there was a 911 call, and in fact that was the individual, the complainant, who called, did that keep you on this stop a little longer than you perhaps normally would have been?
It certainly helps with someone who identifies their name, their phone number on a 911 call versus an anonymous tip. Nonetheless, I observed those additional violations, which we would have to handle as well. But yeah, certainly he was willing and able to stay there and be identified, and was willing to testify in court to provide whatever would be necessary for his observations.
There's after the initial sequence in which you're engaging with the defendant, and you described and testified to that, it appears that you went back to your car for some reason, and it may have actually been a few minutes long, where the defendant is sitting on his tailgate with his buddy. What are you doing in your car during that period of time?
Yes, sir. So I'm required to log everything that we're doing with the defendant's driver license, the other occupant, letting them know where I'm at. And then also, because I'm a supervisor and switch cars, I needed a trooper with a window tint meter to come verify my reasonable suspicion about that window tint. So I contacted Corpus Christi Communications, which is our dispatch in Corpus for DPS, asked them to send another unit, let them know where I'm at, let them know I was going to be checked out on a vehicle search. And at that time, a Beeville Police Department officer was speaking with Mr. Bozant. So it did take a minute or two to get all that logged, and then I reapproached.
Did you believe you had, you know what probable cause is, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe you had probable cause to keep this defendant kind of sitting there on his tailgate for the time that you did while you're performing some of these other duties?
It broke up. You said while performing some of the other duties?
Yes. Did you
Yeah.
feel that you had probable cause to keep him there for the time that you did? Well, let's say for anything other than the window tint at that point.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. And for the reckless driving, I think minimum reasonable suspicion existed for that one. And then for the DWI, I was still investigating that. So throughout the detention of the stop.
Okay. What further, do you think that the bulk of your questioning of this defendant and your actions in the course of this stop are fairly and accurately and completely represented in both the dash cam and the body cam for this particular stop?
Certainly.
Ultimately, I know that there's a lot that happens that succeeded this, but it might be a case where the judge can see for himself, hear for himself. What are the important points? At some point, do you effect an arrest of this defendant?
Yeah. Some of the important points I think to note is that I understand and read over the motion to suppress, and I know it says for the Beeville Police
I'd
Department.
actually ask you to just not address so much the legalities in the motion, but specific with regards to your action. After you talk to this defendant, after you form some basis of suspicion, as you mentioned, after you went back to your car and you logged things in, what was the next concrete action you took in terms of what eventually ended up to be a DWI arrest and a possession of marijuana arrest?
Sure. The other trooper that showed up with the window tint meter assisted me with the search. There's multiple occupants, and the Beeville PD officer had mentioned that Mr. Bozant admitted that he had felony THC oil in his truck as well. We conducted a vehicle search. Mr. Bozant actually walked over with us. I asked him to show us where he believed that THC oil was.
How is it that he caused?
Later...
I'm sorry for interrupting. How is it that you came upon this information with regards to the THC oil? Did he volunteer this information?
He did, both to the Beeville Police Department officer and myself. And then I asked him, I said, you know, that's a felony, right? And he nodded his head and said, yes. And I said, why would you have that in your truck if you know that's a felony? And I don't remember his response, but I think he shrugged his shoulders or something like that.
And I would like to ask you, were you at some point in time conducting a stop for the purposes of investigating whether this driver was impaired or for whether there was any contraband in the vehicle?
Well, when the defendant stepped out, I'm sorry, not the defendant, when the passenger stepped out, when the passenger door opened in plain view was a small sandwich baggie in the door. That combined with the fact that the driver appeared to be under the influence of marijuana and what we later learned with his admissions about the THC, all of that certainly is overwhelming to the totality of the circumstances that probable cause existed to search the vehicle, which we did. Marijuana was located, some nicotine liquid like vape juice was located. Since we have multiple offenses occurring, we got to be systematic in making sure that we are focusing on one and not just mending them all together. Once we were done with the vehicle search, Mr. Bozant was then provided standardized field sobriety tests and noted my observations in the report for purposes of investigating the DWI violation as well.
Thank you. And so was this a consent search or a search based on some other authorization?
Sorry, the internet broke up. You said is it consent search or what?
Did the defendant provide consent to search the vehicle, or did you proceed in a search on some other basis?
Yeah, I conducted a probable cause search of the vehicle based on the totality of circumstances to believe that additional contraband was located inside of the vehicle. I did not ask for consent since I had probable cause.
Did you also conduct some type of standard field sobriety testing with regards to Mr. Bozant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in a nutshell, what were your results?
He performed poorly in both the standardized field sobriety tests, and I even offered him additional tests, which he did not do well on either.
Did you provide, did you ever suspect that there was any alcohol involved in this case?
I did not, no, sir.
So is it reasonable to state that say that there's not any other types of tests that you could have conducted in the field, or am I mistaken about that?
There are no other tests that I would have conducted to believe that there was alcohol impairment. There were the additional tests like the modified Romberg, and the simple one that I believe is most demonstrative of his condition was just simply asking to count backwards from 28 to 13, which he could not do, even though I offered it to him several times.
Okay. Was this the defendant offered any opportunity to provide any type of blood sample?
He was following when about 31 minutes into the video of the in-car video, I believe it's about at least 30 minutes in is when he was actually placed into custody. At that point, questioning stopped. However, he was administered the DIC 24, which is the statutory warning which required of him, requesting a specimen of his blood, to which he denied. So it's a license suspension, and we went from there.
Okay. And ultimately, did you arrest this particular defendant?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were the charges, officer?
For driving while intoxicated, as well as possession of marijuana. And I believe he was written a warning for the park facing traffic violation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sergeant. Pass the witness.
Mr. Connors, Ms. Yoon, you may proceed.
Okay, can I get permission to share my screen?
Let me figure out how to do that. And yes.
Hopefully we can figure it out.
Right, good.
Do you have any directions that you can provide me on how that works?
Yes. Oh, good question.
Let me look at here real quick.
Okay, I think that it says I'm now co-host.
Now you should be able to share your screen.
Okay. Okay,
Did that work?
I think. Let me see. Yes, perfect. And it's just loading. Okay, I can start with questioning as it loads.
Okay.
Okay, Sergeant Weekly, just to go over some of the setting that we went over. So you were driving when you stopped and you were told that there was a reckless driver.
Can you say that again?
You were driving through Beeville, and then when someone stopped you and told you that there was a reckless driving.
No, ma'am. He was waving at me, and I hadn't rolled down my window. I turned around, and then he was proceeding behind him, pointing at him, and then turning on his emergency lights to the rear. I didn't stop with him in the middle of the road and talk with him.
Okay, okay, got it. So just trying to repeat and kind of set up where we are. Okay, and then you stopped Caleb for driving on the wrong side of the road.
Park facing traffic.
Yes, park facing traffic, yes. Okay.
Yes.
And you saw that he had tinted windows.
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, you officers, either you or BPD, because some of the times there's no sound, told him to stay at the back of his truck.
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now I'm going to play as we get this technology going. Okay, 1 second. My CD player is working hard. Okay. And as you had said, when he had mentioned that there's THC in the vehicle, you said, that's a felony, right?
Yeah, I believe that's how I asked him. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Something to that effect.
And so at this point, you believed that you could arrest him for a felony.
No, not without the evidence.
Okay, but you thought that you would find the THC and then be able to arrest him. That was your intention, right?
If there were THC located, he would be arrested for that charge after the DWI investigation as anything else.
Well, it wouldn't have had to require the DWI investigation. You would have been able to arrest him if you had found the THC oil, because that was your intention in finding it, right?
Require or do. I suppose that some agencies don't have to file those charges. We have to investigate and file all charges that we observe. So even if I have 2 felonies in my presence, I do have to conduct that DWI investigation as well.
Okay, got it. Let's see. Oh. I'm not. Okay, I think I'm gonna be able to, hold on, I'm gonna share my screen. And you guys can tell me if you can see it. I hope you can. Okay.
Not just yet. Ah,
Can you see that?
yeah, it worked.
And if I make it big,
No, I don't mind.
this. Loading.
It's up.
It's only like I watched the video a million times, and then when I'm playing it here, it's just slow, and my CD player sounds like it's freaking out. Okay.
It's okay.
Let me try to close it. Okay. Would it be helpful? I can refer to, because I have specific time stamps written out. And since I presume that you'll take some time to review the video, that I can refer to the stamps and then you can understand where I'm questioning, and I can repeat what the quote is for questioning. Does that work?
Yeah, are you okay with that process, Mr. Connors?
You bet, Your Honor. You know, in normal circumstances, I would have played, you know, most of the relevant portions of the tape, and it would have been really handy. So appreciate the flexibility.
I appreciate y'all getting this done.
Okay. So, so that portion of the tape that we just referred to of, you know, that's a felony, right, is from 7:25 to 7:37. And
Okay.
at that point, Caleb is in the back of his truck.
Is this the dash cam, body cam, or
first
car
one.
cam?
Yeah, it's in the folder, and it's in a folder that says number 1, and it's the body cam.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. If I remember correctly, he was just seated on his tailgate at that time, or leaning up against it.
Yes, with another officer speaking to him and his friend there as well, waiting.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then at 9 minutes in the video, there's a portion of the video that says that you're speaking to a other officer and you say, "What does your county do for THC oil?"
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then in that portion, you're also searching the vehicle. And from 10:30 to 10:55, you say, "Can you help me with the booking process?" Right.
Yeah, I'm from a different county. He's in B County. I never arrested somebody in that county. So generally, I have a troop come with me to show me the process there.
Yeah, no problem. But at this point, you were preparing to arrest Caleb.
Well, no, not necessarily. The THC oil is kind of different. That's why it was sent off to the lab. Even if you have something that you think is THC oil, unless you can testify based on your training, experience, packaging, and odor that it is THC oil, we send it off to the lab for analysis. And if it comes back that it is, then a warrant will be issued at a later date.
But you usually ask another officer how to arrest someone if you're not intending to arrest them.
I know how to arrest somebody, but the process for the district attorney's office and whether or not they want somebody taken into physical custody for a THC charge or have a warrant issued at a later date is up to the discretion of the prosecutors. And each county is different in how they view not only marijuana, but also THC oil.
Okay, but we're just talking about your intention. Your intention with the question of, can you help me with the booking process, was to ultimately book him for the THC oil, correct?
Well, no, the marijuana was found. That's certainly one thing that he's going to jail for.
Yes,
I still had to
we're just
investigate.
going one step because I know the video's not here, so it can be a little confusing. And I understand, we had a lot of time to explain, but I'm just trying to parse out some details and make it clear.
Right.
I'm talking specifically about your intention at this time when you're asking the officer while you're searching the vehicle, your thought process at that moment in the video. I'm asking specifically if you had an intention to ultimately book him and arrest him for THC oil. That's the question.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I qualify that with if I located THC oil and I could testify that's what it was. The oil I located, I could not testify to that. So it was sent off.
And that's why he's not charged for it. So I understand.
Yes,
I agree. I'm not contesting that you were going to make sure it was legal and you weren't going to, arrest him for it if you never found. I'm just asking about your intention at that point. Okay. And so at that point, he was still, when you went back and spoke to him, he was still standing at the back of his truck, and he couldn't leave at that point after you had told him that, THC oil is a felony, and you were learning about the booking process. He couldn't leave at that point, right?
He could not leave from the initial point of the detention until that was over.
Yes.
When those lights came on, not just from that statement, but from the point of the initial detention, the traffic stop, he was not free to leave.
Okay. And at the point of the video at 11:56, 11 minutes and 56 seconds, you speak to his friend, right? And him and his friend are standing directly next to each other. And you say, can you call someone to pick you up?
To the passenger?
Yes.
I don't remember specifically, but that doesn't sound like something I would not say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's just for a clarity of the record. That's basically what is said in that point. I might be paraphrasing a little bit because I was planning on playing, but that's basically what you said. And you're speaking to Caleb's friend because Caleb's friend was free to leave, but Caleb was not.
Caleb's friend was not free to leave until the point that I tell him he's free to leave. He admitted that he had Brillo pads in the vehicle, so he could have been arrested or cited for possession of drug paraphernalia. And I think it's important for me to distinguish that whenever we teach this, the Fourth Amendment deals with arrested versus detained. The Fifth Amendment is custody versus non-custodial. So when someone's detained, they are not free to leave, and both of them were detained.
Okay, got it. And but in that moment, Caleb heard you tell his friend, can you get a ride to pick you up? And so in Caleb's mind, he was going to be arrested, right?
I can't testify to what he believed.
But he heard that conversation when you were asking the friend if his friend could get a ride to pick him up, right?
I don't know if he heard that or not.
Well, he was standing directly next to him.
Okay.
You don't think he could hear you?
He was also.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just keep going. Okay. So, but at that point, you had the intention to detain Caleb, and that's why you were asking the friend if he would be able to get a ride if he was ultimately free to leave, but Caleb wouldn't be, right?
Yes, we still had a SFSTs to perform at a minimum.
Okay, and that's at about 11:56 on the video. But at this point, did you Mirandize Caleb before you kept on questioning him?
I did not.
Okay. And at 12:35 in the video, 12 minutes and 35 seconds, you referred to, you found a cartridge that at the time, thinking about in that moment, you thought was a THC oil in there, right?
The internet broke up. You said I found a cartridge that what now?
You, at that time, in your mindset, at the time of the video, you believed THC oil was in this cartridge you found.
There's a couple. I believe I asked him about all of them. I didn't know what was in there, and that's why I asked.
Yeah, and at one point in the videos, you say, this is what you were talking about, right? When you were looking for THC oil, and he says yes. So you believe that you had found something that could have been THC oil at that time, right?
No, I don't remember. So I would have to look at what, like I said, there's multiple capsules. I want to make sure what I'm testifying to is accurate. If one of the capsules had a little bit of something or nothing in it, and that's what I'm asking him he's referring to, I don't know which one of those capsules it were, the nicotine, the vape juice, or an empty capsule. I don't recall which of those were.
At the time that any of them was probably, at the time of what you were thinking, was probably THC oil.
No.
You didn't?
No,
Caleb has said that that was what you found. You didn't believe that?
Yeah, because he changes. He said I must have thrown it out. So then he looked at it and said, no, that's vape
Yeah,
use.
I
I
was
was like,
a
okay.
little bit earlier in the videos, and I understand that, like I said,
Okay.
it's all because what happened in your thought process at that moment versus once you ultimately booked him is different. So I'm
Right.
just trying to distinguish the moment. So at some point, you found something that you believed could be THC oil, correct?
Could be. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. So, and you mentioned that you were going to be filling out a supplemental arrest report at about 12 minutes and 35 seconds.
I don't know why I would have mentioned a supplemental report. I did the primary report.
Okay, maybe an arrest report.
I do. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you referred, and this might be a clarifying thing when you rewatch the video, Judge, just to make sure it's very accurate. And because I was planning on playing it, so I didn't write exact quotes as I should have. But he referred to an arrest report, and you can clarify exactly when you watch at 12:35 of exactly.
What was the time on that?
12:35.
Okay. Would you like me to pull up my copy and review it and testify as to what the conversation was about?
No, I think I just wanted to refer that you had referred to an arrest report that you were going to fill out at that time. And that's just
okay.
Next point. At 15 minutes, this is the point where you actually say, okay, we found this. Is this the THC oil you were referring to? And
You said that happens at 15 minutes?
15 minutes, basically 15 minutes to 15:33.
Okay.
And so going back of the original question, that was the time where you believed that you had the intention of arresting him for this felony of having THC oil, and that was your intention at the time in all of this interaction.
So again, the way that you characterize that, the investigation into what I have in my hand depends on what I'm holding. I've had a case where I held a bag of flour and I said, what is this? Thinking in South Texas, it could be cocaine. She said, that's flour. So that doesn't mean I intend to arrest somebody for possession of cocaine. I'm simply asking questions about my investigation.
Okay, but that was after you had referred to filling out an arrest report and had asked for help with the booking process, correct?
The arrest report, I don't know exactly what you're referring to. I'd have to refresh my memory on that. But I was asking about the booking process the moment we found marijuana.
Okay, perfect. And then I'll go back to that part. And then at 18 minutes in the video, you go back and you speak to the man who had waved you down, trying to characterize it correctly. And you tell him he's free to leave, and you have him, I believe that this is at this point, but you say the quote in this section is that I've gotten him on some class A and class B misdemeanors.
Mm.
Okay, so at that point you were planning to arrest him.
I'm still investigating them. Yeah, those are the two offenses that I have that I'm investigating.
But when you said that
if he's-
I've gotten him on them, there is some belief that you're ultimately going to arrest him on the misdemeanors, correct?
It depends. Is this before or after the SFSTs?
This is before, and this is at 18 minutes when you told the man that you've got him on some class B misdemeanors.
Yeah, so at minimum, I have the marijuana for sure, but I
Okay.
still had to investigate the DWI.
Okay, but you had something and you had been telling people about it and that you have gotten him on it. Okay. And then at basically 31 minutes to 32 minutes is when you put handcuffs and arrest Caleb. And in the 31 minutes before that, had you ever Mirandized Caleb?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And when you, in the rest of the video after that, for the 50 minutes in the video where there's actually a video of when you guys are in the vehicle and driving to the jail, did you ever Mirandize Caleb?
I did not. And when we got to the jail, I don't remember if he was offered a DWI interview. I know he did not participate. He made several raised yes to statements and had questions about things other than the traffic stop, but I did not ask him any questions. I answered some of his questions he had though.
Okay, but you hadn't Mirandized him for those 15 minutes you were with him, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't think there was any custodial interview done whatsoever.
Okay, and okay, so I have no further questions for this witness.
Thank you, Ms. Yoon. Mr. Connors, redirect.
Sergeant Weekly, when you initially stopped this defendant as a result of your being stopped or hailed in the roadway, and then subsequently informed that there was a 911 call directed towards this vehicle, did you have any notion that there were illegal drugs in the vehicle or not?
I did not. And I'm going to use hailed. I like that. I'm going to use that in my reports going on. I like that.
You're welcome. So, you know, that the information that you developed at that scene in particular, some of that, not all of that information was received by the defendant or from the defendant himself, was it? It was from other sources?
No, it was not. Okay. Correct.
And in any event, you didn't intend to immediately, would it be customary to immediately arrest somebody either for reckless driving or impaired driving without conducting an investigation?
It kind of broke up. If I understand your question, custodial arrest, no, it depends on the county and whether or not they want someone custodially arrested for that. And if he were not intoxicated, the Class B misdemeanor is one under Chapter 14 of CCP. He could be cited and released for and never taken into custody.
Well, your response was a lot more intelligent and coherent than my question. I guess I just asked whether, based on the information that you had, whether whether or not you intended to arrest him right then and there on the spot as soon as you first encountered this defendant, or whether you continued your investigation.
Right. Yeah. I have no idea whether or not a custodial arrest will even come of that, except for the DWI investigation, which was the last part.
And was there any reason in your mind to ask for or obtain consent with regards to searching the vehicle?
There was not.
Would there have been any reason with respect to this vehicular stop to obtain a search warrant?
No, sir. The Carroll Doctrine allows for, because of the mobility of a vehicle, that when probable cause exists that contraband may be located, that a peace officer conduct a search of that vehicle anywhere that contraband could be located.
Pass the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant.
Honors, Ms. Yoon, recross.
No further questions.
Okay, Sergeant Weekly, thank you for your testimony, and you're virtually relieved from being on the bench. I really appreciate your time.
All right, Your Honor, thank you all for your time. Good day.
Yes, sir. There's no chance that we're going to need Mr. Weekly anymore?
Not today, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Weekly, thank you again for calling in, and you are excused, sir.
Absolutely. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much.
And I would like to just clarify that the moments that I am requesting be suppressed are at 1740, the statements at 1745 and 21 in the video that I've been referring to.
Wait, yeah, let's go through it real quick. So you're requesting suppression on the moments in time 1745?
Yes, his statement there at 1745.
Okay.
And then at 21 minutes, his statement.
Mr. Bozantz?
Yes. And I think maybe the officer is questioning him and then he responds. So yeah, his response to the questioning.
Mr. Connor, do you have any other witness? Mr. Connors, apologies.
No, Your Honor, we have no on the motion to suppress with regards to both these cases, state rests.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Yoon, do you have any other witnesses?
No, But I would like to make a closing before the statement of relevant law.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Of course, I'd let Mr. Connors go first, and then I'll let you go last, if that pleases the both of you.
It does.
Okay, Mr. Connors, argument?
Your Honor, I'm sure you're going to hear some law in this case. It would be good to hear some law in this case. There's a sequence. The defendant has rights. We acknowledge both under the Fourth and Fifth Amendments to the Constitution. There's a police stop. It's based upon a timely notification. Officer conducts a stop. There's some interaction. We understand there's communication. There's language. There's nothing that seems to be undue or oppressive directed towards this defendant. Nevertheless, we're mindful of the fact that there's a sequence that has to be followed and should be followed. I would anticipate that defense would point out that there is some bright line point in time that occurred where Mr. Bozant would not have been under any compulsion or under not required or not subject to questioning without having been Mirandized. I think the officer attempted to, because based on his experience and based on his training, it's understandable. The officers are trained in some of these arts and law, that to try to understand and perform their duties correctly within the boundaries of the Constitution. Whether or not that's the case or not is for this court to decide. But I think that the officer here, in finding and continuing his investigation during this course of sequence of events, is not an unduly lengthy period of time, and that the normal and customary Mirandizing which would have occurred, and the defense is perhaps referring to, which would perhaps have produced some admissions on the part of this defendant, would not have been triggered into such point in time in which he would be subject to a custodial interrogation. So we believe that the statements, we would ask that statements be admitted in any event that the evidence would be admitted, not the subject of any improper or unlawful search. And those are probably two distinct things, but we would ask that based on this, what we anticipate will be the court's review of these, both police, body cam and dash cam, for the appropriate decision, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Ms. Yoon, closing?
Yes, I believe that this is a violation of my client's Fifth Amendment rights to being Mirandized because it did become a custodial interrogation at, I would argue, at 7 minutes when he says, you know, that's a felony, right, that you have THC. And if not at that point, at 15 minutes when he says, this is the THC oil you were referring to. At that point, I believe that Caleb had a right to be Mirandized. And I'm specifically referring to case law, which has clarified two major points of when an investigation turns into a custodial interrogation where Miranda protection is available, I may be mispronouncing case names, but I can send them to you after. Hutto versus State refers that there must be evidence that the defendant subjectively perceives that he was not free to leave, and to manifestation by the officer to the defendant of his intent to arrest him. Also, another case called Fro versus State refers to not only the officer's subjective intent, which shows that he should have been Mirandized, the defendant in that point, but also that a reasonable person in the defendant's position would have believed that he was going to be arrested. And a third case that refers to this is Davidson versus State, which says that a statement was admissible because the court failed to identify any facts of the incident that would objectively show the officer manifested existence or of probable cause or intent to arrest him at the time he answered questions. And how that all refers to this case is I believe at all of the bookmarks of the videotape over and over again, Sergeant Weekly does show his personal manifestation of his intent to arrest Caleb. He says, you know, this is a felony. He says, I got him on Class Bs. He says, can I help can you help me with the booking process? And then also he displays this intent to Caleb by asking his friend if his friend has a ride home. And he says, this is a felony. And he says, we found it, and all of these things that show both objectively and subjectively to Caleb that there was the intent to arrest him, and that Caleb would have been aware of that, obviously. And in the 50 minutes of the video, he was never given Miranda rights. And so as he ended up self-incriminating himself, I believe it was a violation of his constitutional rights. And even the officer himself referred to him as being in detention. And I believe he reasonably would not have believed that he wasn't going to be arrested or free to go. And so for these reasons, I believe that the two statements I referred to should be suppressed as they would violate my client's rights.
Thank you, ma'am. Any rebuttal, Mr. Connors?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you both, again, for your patience, and also for the logistical difficulties of handling the suppression hearing remotely. I'm going to take this under advisement. I would ask Ms. Yoon that you provide the court, and of course also copy Mr. Connors with I don't need I don't need you to make copies of the cases. You're welcome to, but if you just provide me with the citations, I can pull them myself. Of course, actually, you should just, I don't know if there's any rehearings, or I don't want to make I don't want to rely on the wrong case, so you do it. And then if y'all have anything further or anything specific with respect to, I think I understand Ms. Yoon's request. I think I understand Mr. Connor's position, but provided that y'all, you put something in writing and keep it brief and to the point, just to help make sure that that I'm focused on the right things, I will consider those, and I'll give Ms. Yoon, I can give you till if we keep this going fast, I guess you'll have if you need a couple of days, you can have it, and then after I receive your stuff, Mr. Connors, you can have a couple of days to respond, and then I'll issue a ruling on it. Is that okay? Are y'all all right with that process? I really don't want to rush through and misunderstand or miss the boat on this. I think, Mr. Connors, you're saying all good things, but we can't hear you.
Yes, I was going to say, sorry, one too many clicks. I was going to say that I'll wait for Ariel's submissions and then put something together as well if necessary.
Great. Thank you all very much. Mr. Bozant, you are excused. Thank you for your patience and for being here today. We'll hand back the balance of the day to you. You be good. Stay safe. We'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Those of y'all that have been on this call for the last several hours, you probably would like a 5-minute break. We've got our 1:30 docket. I have 12 people in the waiting room. I'm going to admit them all and then let them know that I'm going to take a brief 5-minute recess. And then we'll get on the afternoon docket. Is that okay?
That's
Sounds
fine.
great, Judge. See you soon. Thank you.
Great.
Now, are we gonna leave this one and go to the other one? Or
No,
just,
they're all the same. I've just admitted everybody. I'll double check to make, but even though there's multiple, it's all the same Zoom.
okay,
call.
I'll just leave it on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Raven. To those of y'all that are present now, thank you for being here. The time is 1:37. We're here on the 1:30 afternoon docket. We have not taken a break since 8:30 this morning. The court is going to take a brief 5-minute recess to allow our prosecutor, myself, our court reporter and a couple of our trial and defense attorneys to go just stretch their legs a little bit and use the facility if need be. Please do not hang up. Don't get off the call. And we'll be with y'all shortly, and we'll get through these matters probably very efficiently, I'm hoping. So anyway, thank y'all for being here. Please hang tight, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes, so about 1:43.
Okay.
Judge, may I address the court before you walk away?
I think Mr. Raven's already off.
I'm still here.
Okay, go ahead.
All I want to know is if we can please have the Lee County Jail on, because I have a client in there with a motion pending, and
Yes,
I don't
sir.
see him on there.
I'll talk to Mr. Lawyer right now about that. Thank you, Mr. Habash. Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna leave.
This district, right? County. Which school is the district court? We're not having a district court today. Huh? For who? For real women. For real women. Who's over? He said no appointment. You may want to check upstairs in the district clerk's office. What did you? I'll go upstairs. Why would you? All right. When we didn't say anything in the deputy and the guy was trying to be supposed to be. Oh, this is maybe different. Actually, I'll step forward, stop.
Tanya, can you hear me? Miss Tanya, can you hear me?
Hi, Tanya. Hey, Mr. Habash, I just heard that we're going back to court in person in April. Whoop, whoop.
You ready?
I'm excited. Because this is for the birds.
Miss Luna, are you talking to the jail today at all?
Me?
Yes.
I can. Who you need?
I need Bobby Rice to be on this hearing.
I can call him right now.
Thank you.
Mr. Herbosh, they're going to set him up.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Battery?
David, come on. Come on. Come on.
Excuse me. I think I might have missed Dr. Cole.
Hi, everybody. For those of y'all that are joining us, we're on a brief recess. We've been in.
Adam Fuller.
Okay, we've been on a brief recess. We've been going since 8:30 this morning without a break, and we all just needed to make sure the blood was still flowing through our legs. We'll be starting in a few moments. Mr. Habash just sent Mr. Willow the message. I don't see the jail being on the docket yet. I believe the matter is State versus Rice. Is that the right one?
Yes,
and I noticed that a waiver of, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
I believe they're setting him up right now, to be honest. What were you going to say, Judge?
Oh, I was going to say, I noticed a waiver of arraignment has been filed on his behalf, but I do understand we've got a motion that's going to be pending. Are they getting on at the jail? Okay, and I got Mr. Connors is coming back. Oh, no, I don't think it's, I think it's, yeah, I think they need Rice, yeah.
I'll let them know.
Thank you.
Present, Your Honor.
Hey, Mr. Connors, long time no see.
Yes, a little different arrangement this afternoon.
Yes, sir. We're just waiting right now on the jail. There's a couple folks that will need to hear the admonishments. I don't want to have to do it twice.
Sweet.
I tell you what I can do though right now is I can call the magistrate docket. We'll just get this out of the way real quick. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call a list of names. If you hear your name, please announce that you are here, and then I will have a quick discussion with you following that. So, without further ado, Shannon Thomas, George Cano, Lance Phillips, Christopher Govea is in custody. Okay, that's it. So nobody's here on the magistrate docket. That's fine.
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Hello? Hello?
We hear you.
Yes, I'm David Reyna. I should be on this docket.
Mr. Reyna, it's been a very long day. Yes. And I do not like repeating myself. If you didn't hear your name, I don't need to hear from you just yet. So you just hang tight. When I call your name, you'll hear it. And when I ask if you haven't heard your name, to let me know. And if you haven't heard your name at that point in time, that would be the point in time where you let me know, okay? But I haven't called the one.
Sorry, Your Honor, I've never done this before.
I understand.
Okay, sorry, Your Honor, I've never done this before. All right.
This was done. Okay.
Do you have a David Mooney?
Yeah, he's here. Yeah. Oh, there's my mask.
That's pretty good. He won't be there to take the flag.
Yeah, because I mean, he's just gonna get paid.
Yes. Goodness free has feared. Love it. What is that, the Lincoln lawyer?
I'm going to get started. The jail comes on. We'll deal with them at that point in time. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon. If you're required to be here today, you've been charged with either a Class A or Class B misdemeanor. This means that the range of punishment I can impose on you if you're found. Well, Mr. Raven, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Sorry about that. This means that the range of punishment I can impose on you if you're found guilty or if you plead guilty or no contest is a year in jail, a fine of up to $4,000, court costs and or probation with a wide range of conditions and terms. So these charges are not to be taken lightly. You do have certain rights. Waiving any of these rights must be done freely and voluntarily. You have the right to plead not guilty and demand a trial by jury. That means that the prosecutor will be required to prove every element of the crime filed against you, and a jury will need to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that you committed the crime alleged. You can also waive your right to trial by jury and have your case heard before me alone. You may also plead guilty, where you will admit that you committed the crime alleged, and that would allow me to find you guilty without a trial. You may also plead nolo contendere, or no contest, which means that you neither confirm nor deny that you committed the crime, but it will have the same effect as if you entered a guilty plea, and it will allow me to find you committed the crime without the necessity of a trial. You must enter a plea. If you do not enter a plea, I will enter a not guilty plea for you, and we will proceed to trial. You have the right to not incriminate yourself, which means you will not be required to speak to the county attorney or law enforcement. You will also not be required to testify on your behalf. You have the right to hire an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, I will appoint one to you after making a determination that you cannot afford one. This does not mean that the attorney is necessarily free to you. If you plead guilty or no contest, or if you are found guilty, I may impose on you the fees for the court-appointed attorney that you will be, and you will be ordered to pay those fees with any other court costs or fines. If you are appointed an attorney today, or if you need time to hire an attorney, your case will be reset and you will be ordered to appear in this courtroom at a later date. You also have the right to represent yourself. If you choose to proceed without an attorney, I will give you an opportunity to visit with the county attorney and you can discuss a possible plea bargain. Please understand that the county attorney does not represent you. The county attorney today is represented by Mr. Neil Connors, our assistant county attorney. I like Mr. Connors. I think he's incredibly reasonable, and I have no doubt that he will work with you. However, it is important that you understand he does not represent you. If you would like to speak to Mr. Connors this afternoon, I'll give you an opportunity to have your case resolved. For those of you who may qualify for pretrial supervision, I will review your case, and if approved, I will reset your case for 1 year. This 1 year is your one shot at getting this case dismissed. You will make agreements with Mr. Knight's office to be placed on community supervision in accordance to certain rules. You must follow each of these rules, and if you fail to comply with those agreements, your case will be set on the docket, and we will move forward with adjudicating your guilt. All resets of hearings will be done through my office. If you cannot be in court on your scheduled date, please file a motion for continuance with the county clerk's office 10 days before your scheduled date. If you fail to appear at your court date, a warrant will likely be issued for your arrest. If you hire an attorney after today, please make sure they're familiar with these rules because ultimately it is you who will be held responsible. If you're arrested because you failed to show up at a court date, the terms of your bond will be considered at the next available court date. You don't need to contact my office or the county attorney's office or the county clerk's office, and it doesn't matter if your family contacts us or not. The terms will be considered at the next available court date. Of course, I'm speaking to the choir here on this one. You guys are here, and I appreciate that. We're going to get through it just as quickly as possible, so thank you for your presence this morning. For those of you that All right, for those of you that haven't been through this process before, it may seem a little foreign, especially with this being a remote court date. We will do our best to be cognizant of that. Please be patient with us. Please try not to interrupt. Please put your phone on mute until it's time for you to talk. And just because like that, we all have some background noise that could be a problem. I see we have the B County Sheriff's Office is on board. And so I'm going to start with the docket. Bobby Rice, waiver of arraignment was granted. We do have a pending motion to release defendant and set reasonable bail. Mr. Connors, do you have a copy of that motion?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Habash and Mr. Connors, that will be the first case that's heard on the afternoon docket.
Thank you.
George Cano. Mr. Cano, good afternoon. Do you have an attorney? You need to take your phone off mute, Mr. Cano.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hang tight. I'll have a message for you in just a moment. I don't see Mr. Diaz. Send him a text message, please, Mr. Loya, and just get his contact number and his hours for us so that we can give that to these folks today. Alexis Quintero, waiver of arraignment was granted on March 9th, 2021. Next case is also Ms. Quintero. Apologies on the butchering her last name. Waiver of arraignment was granted on that same day. Ms. Quintero, are you on?
No, she's not, Judge. I'm representing her.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Habash. Joseph Kelly, case was dismissed March 10th, 2021. Mr. Kelly, are you present on the call today?
No, I let him know his case was dismissed.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Ms. Yoon. Michael Martinez.
I filed a waiver of arraignment, Judge.
Okay. Waiver of arraignment will be granted. I'm not sure where it is, but we'll get it, Mr. Habash. Thank you. Bobby Rice, waiver of arraignment also was granted on 3-9, and we'll take up that matter on case number 1 on the docket. Ariana Espinoza.
Yes, sir. I'm here, Your Honor.
Hi, Miss Espinoza. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir, I don't.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please hang tight, and I'll have a message for you here in a few minutes. Thank you, ma'am. Jenna Martinez. Mr. Connors.
Your Honor, subject to the call, we'd request alias capias warrant, $250 cash bond, judgment nisi.
Granted, subject to the call. Thank you, sir. Aroldo Castañeda? Could be Arnaldo, I don't know. Mr. Connors?
Your Honor, request alias capias warrant, $500 cash bond, judgment nisi, subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Toby Gonzalez? Mr. Connors?
Request alias capias warrant, judgment nisi, $250 cash bond, subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Thank you, sir. Diane Flores?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Do you have an attorney?
No.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please hang tight, and I'll have a message for y'all once we get through the docket. Thank you, ma'am. Case number 13, Aroldo Castañeda. We have a alias capias subject to the call that's been requested on case number 10. Mr. Connors, do you is that one alias capias sufficient?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ruben Solis. Mr. Connors.
Request alias capias warrant, $250 cash bond, judgment nisi, subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Segan Silverleaf. Segan, I apologize. Anybody named Silverleaf?
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
Ruben Solis is here in the courthouse.
Oh, well, that's good.
Ruben Solis, yes.
Can I talk to him? Is that him? Where is he?
He's coming up right now.
How you doing?
Hey, Mr. Solis, thank you for being here this afternoon. Do you have an attorney?
Kabash or Jeremy Kabash?
I represented him before, Judge, on some other cases. I don't mind. I would love to represent him again. That's fine. I'm not appointed on this case, though.
Understand. Thank you, Mr. Habash. Mr. Solis, will you be seeking court-appointed counsel on this case?
What's that?
That would be if Mr. Habash is going to represent you again, I'll need you to ask me to appoint you an attorney to represent you in this case.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I want you to hang tight. We'll make sure we get the right information to you. Okay. So just you hang out there in the courtroom. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Back to Segan Silverleaf. Mr. Connors.
Request alias capias warrant, Your Honor, judgment nisi, $250 cash bond, subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Thank you. Jesus Salas.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Salas, do you have, are you represented by an attorney? I'm looking for you. I don't see you.
I'm right here. Sorry.
Oh, hey. Do you have an attorney, sir?
No, sir.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll be with y'all shortly.
Okay.
Alejandro Ramirez, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. Albert Orona. Mr. Connors?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll request a alias capias warrant and $250 cash bond. Judgment nisi subject to the call.
Granted subject thereto. Thank you, sir. Guadalupe Acosta. Mr. Connors?
Your Honor, we would request alias capias warrant. $250 cash bond. Judgment nisi subject to the call.
Mr. Connors, Mr. Acosta is also case number 20 and case number 29
And that is a sufficient request on both counts, Your Honor.
on all three.
I see two.
The case number 29 too.
Oh, thank you, Judge.
Oh, and 55 is an add-on.
Your Honor, how about if we just combine all four of those, and I will amend my request respectfully to be a $500 cash bond, request alias capias warrant, judgment nisi.
Granted subject thereto. Thank you, sir. Same on case 20. Moving on to case 21, David Reina.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Reina, do you have can I see your face? Activate your video.
I don't know how to do it. You see me?
I don't see you.
You see me now?
No, I just sent you a request. Maybe if you click on that, it'll work.
Let's see. There we go.
Hey, Mr. Reina, do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel today?
Well, I was wondering if I'll go ahead and plead guilty if you could work out a deal. I haven't worked in a year, so if I could do community service or I guess lock up. But right now, my wife is infected with COVID and I am feeling sick. I'm gonna go to the doctor, but right now I'm just get this over with. And as soon as I'm feeling up to weather, I'll go turn myself in, I guess.
Judge, we'll be happy to discuss this case with the defendant if you allow.
I will. Mr. Reina, hang on the phone. I'll let you speak directly with the county attorney in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Y'all is confirming. Thank you. Terry Wolf, case dismissed, March 3, 2021. Hopefully, Terry Wolf is not on the call. Joe Gabriel Perez, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. Mizrayam Garcia, my apologies if I mispronounced your first name. Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes.
Perfect. Hey, Mr. Garcia, do you have an attorney?
I don't.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Please hang on the line. I'll give you all information once we get through the docket. Thank you for being here this afternoon, sir. Cody Stotzenberger, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. Abraham Anzaldua. There you are. You're on mute, Mr. Anzaldua.
Okay, yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Anzaldua. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an
Good
attorney?
afternoon. No, I don't.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. If you could just hang on the phone, we'll get that pertinent information to everybody in just a few minutes. Thank you, sir, and thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Johnny Garza, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. Maria Manzano.
About 1951. I'm 06.
I think so. Miss Manzano?
Yes, sir. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, thank you. Do you have an attorney? I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. No, sir. I do not at the moment, I don't think.
Okay, yeah, you can remove your mask while you're talking to me. Or will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yes.
Okay, great. Please hang tight and we'll get this pertinent information to everybody in just a few minutes. Thank you for being here this afternoon, ma'am. Guadalupe Acosta. I already called him. Okay. Was he here?
No.
Okay. Robert Trevino. Mr. Connors?
I'd like to hear what I have to say. Yes, Your Honor. That order for dismissal was prepared by office and brought to you. Should have it.
I think I've signed it now that you say that. Yeah, I've got it here. That case
Thank
was
you, Judge.
March 16th. Thank you, Mr. Connors.
Thanks, Judge.
We just, okay, we already did. Mr. Enns will do it. He's Trala. Alberto Rodriguez. Oh, okay. Waiver of arraignment was granted. What day? 3/15. Mr. Habashi, represent this defendant, is that?
I do.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, sir. Alexandra Zamora, waiver of arraignment granted today. Mateo Villa Lopez, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. Jacob Gaines.
Yes, sir.
I'm still looking. Oh, there you are, Mr. Gaines. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
No, sir. I had an agreement with the county attorney. I just need to make a payment.
Okay, I tell you what, I'm going to mark you as confirming, Mr. Gaines. We'll get back to you. Just hang tight, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Brandy Bustamante.
Yes, sir.
Hello, how are you, ma'am? And I have Miss Yoon. Do you represent Miss Bustamante?
Yes.
Okay, great. Was a waiver of arraignment filed and I just don't have it notated?
I think so. She's here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, then maybe I wonder, I know one of my clients I was assigned to, it seemed like we still needed to do an affidavit for the person. So I think maybe it was Brandy.
Okay. Ms. Bustamante, what we're going to do is TRLA will, one way or the other, we'll get you an affidavit of indigency so that you can fill it out. I show that you're represented by Trala already, but it could be that there's been multiple cases over the past, and this is something where they represented you on another charge before. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Krista Santos.
Yes, Judge. I represent Ms. Santos. I filed a waiver of arraignment today. You probably don't have it in front of you. I would like to enter a plea of not guilty for her and get her a pretrial date. She's on as well.
Oh, great. Hey, Ms. Santos, where are you?
Hello.
There you are.
We're here.
Okay, we'll get your pretrial hearing set. When do we have some time? April 13th? Okay. We're going to set pretrial hearing on 26820 for April 13th.
Judge, may Ms. Santos speak?
She may. Ms. Santos, thank you for being here this afternoon. You can go ahead and take the rest of the day for yourself. We appreciate it.
Oh, I'm free to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll be in contact with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ruby Lopez, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. Gilbert Keller Jr. I don't see Mr. Keller. Mr. Connors?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll request an alias capias warrant. Judgment Nisi, $250 cash bond.
And would that be sufficient for case number 40, which is also Mr. Keller?
Yes, it will, Your Honor.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Those will be granted subject to the call. Case number 41, Alberto Longoria, waiver of arraignment granted March 9th, 2021. Case 42 is Abraham Anzaldúa. We've already Yeah, Latrella for that. Mr. Unzeldoy, you're good for now. Richard Matthews. Mr. Matthews. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Do you have an attorney?
No, I do not.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
No.
No? Okay, I'm going to mark you as conferring, and I'll give you an opportunity to speak with the county attorney this afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. Joshua Boatwright.
Present, sir.
Hey, Mr. Boatwright, how are you this afternoon?
Doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm doing good, thank you. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir, I do not.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel today?
Yes, sir.
Great. Just hang tight. I'll have some directions for you guys once I get through the document. Thank you for being here. Jose Rocha. There you are.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rocha. Do you have an attorney?
No, sir, I don't.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yes, I would like to.
Okay, great. Please hang tight. We'll get the pertinent information to everybody here in just a few minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Imelda Thompson. Motion for continuance granted March 15th, 2021. Matthew Gonzalez. There you are, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, do you have an attorney? Mr. Gonzalez, do you have an attorney?
No, sir.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please hang on the phone and we'll get the pertinent information to you in just a moment. Casey Shackelford. Mr. Connors.
Your Honor, request alias capias warrant, judgment Nisi, $500 cash bond, subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Carlos Metza. Mr. Connors.
Request alias capias warrant, judgment Nisi, $250 cash bond, subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Damasio Dominguez, waiver of arraignment granted March 9th, 2021. Bobby Rice, we've addressed his cases already. He's in jail. Waiver of arraignment on case number 51 was granted on March 9th, 2021. Remigio Puentes.
Hey, sir, I'm here.
Mr. Puentes, can I see your face, please?
Sir, I'm here.
Yes, sir. I need to see you.
No, my name is Carlos Miza.
Oh, you're Mr. Metza. Okay, Miza.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Metza, do you have an attorney?
No, I don't.
Will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
Will you tell me how much do I have to pay, or how much is my guilt for the joint that they found in my car?
I'm going to mark you as conferring, Mr. Metza. Please stay on the phone and I'll address your case in turn. Thank you so much for being here and for your patience.
Okay, thank you.
Remigio Puentes. Mr. Connors.
Remigio Puentes, Your Honor.
Remigio
Puentes. For Mr. Puentes, please, Your Honor, request an alias capias warrant, $250 cash bond, judgment Nisi, and subject to the call.
Granted, subject there too. Thank you, sir. Joe Gabriel Pettis, waiver of arraignment granted March 9th, 2021. Add-ons, Bobby Rice, waiver of arraignment was granted March 9th, 2021. We'll address his case on the first case on the docket, or his motion on the first case on the docket. Guadalupe Acosta, did we already call Mr. Acosta? We already called Mr. Acosta. What was the announcement?
The announcement was, Your Honor, a $500 alias capias warrant.
Okay.
On just 4 cases.
Is there anybody that is a defendant or thinks they're a defendant that hasn't heard their name called? All right, excellent. Thank you all very much. Now, for those of y'all who indicated—
Right here. Alberto Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez. Can you find him? Could you look up
Number 32, Your Honor, on the docket.
Did I just blow right over it? Oh, Mr.
He's my
Rodriguez. Yeah,
He's
go
my
ahead.
client. I filed a waiver. I couldn't reach him on the phone, but I did leave him a message.
That's
I'll
fine.
be in contact with him if he can be excused now.
Yeah, Mr. Rodriguez, you're represented by Mr. Habash with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid. They filed a waiver of arraignment, so you're excused. Thank you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care.
You
Is
too.
there anybody else who?
Right here, sir.
Yeah, hi, and what is your name?
Chris Govea.
Mr. Govea, I'll mark you. Where are you? Is he just on the magistrate docket? Yes. Okay. Mr. Govea, will you be seeking court-appointed counsel?
I don't even know what, what they had a county charge for, sir.
It's a possession of marijuana charge dated September 10th, 2020.
Okay. Yes, sir. Now I know what it is. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Govea. I'm going to recall some names just to make sure. All of these, this is the magistrate docket for our attorneys on the call today. They all have case numbers. Shannon Thomas, George Cano. Oh, that's
Yes,
right. Yeah, Mr. Cano, I got you. Lance Phillips. Okay. All right. If you requested court-appointed counsel before the day is over, I need you to get in touch with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid. We have on this call Mr. Mike Diaz. Mr. Diaz, I will give you the floor for a few minutes to instruct the defendants on how best to complete their requirement that they get in touch with you today.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be at my office located at 1A North Washington Street, which is catty corner to the police department. I'll be waiting for y'all in the back parking lot. We cannot use our offices because of COVID at this time. If you have any questions, my phone number is 361-880-5449. And I will take care of all your paperwork in the back of the office.
Mr. Diaz, would you repeat that number one more time? And everybody that needs it, you probably should have a pin now.
It is 361-880-5449.
Did everybody get that?
No.
Mr. Diaz, would you repeat it one more time?
Are you ready? 361-880-5449.
Okay.
And I am here right now, so feel free to come by. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, so much. If you hear your name, you will be excused from today's hearing. We are going to reset your hearing at a future date, but we're going to give you an opportunity to retain indigent counsel or have me appoint counsel to represent you. And so if you hear your name in this list, you are excused, which means you can hang up from this Zoom hearing if you hear your name in just a moment. But you need to go ahead and contact Mr. Diaz with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid today. Okay? And if you didn't get the number, if you have any questions, you can always call 361-621-1556. That's my office, and we can give you Mr. Diaz and Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid's contact number as well. Okay? So, George Cano, Diane Flores, Ruben Solis, Jesus Salas, Mizraim Garcia, Abraham Anzoldua, Maria Manzano, Jacob Gaines, Brandy Bustamante, Richard Matthews, Joshua Boatwright, Jose Rocha, Matthew Gonzalez. Thank you all for being here this afternoon. You are excused. Please make sure that you don't do anything until you've made contact with TRLA. You'll give me just a moment to go through the docket and make some notations to clear up all the matters that we don't have to deal with anymore today. I will come back and we will proceed with the motion to release defendant and set reasonable bail and cause number 26536.
Would there be any way I can talk about my case in person, I mean, with you first before I go to an attorney?
Yeah, just hang tight, Mr. Rocha. Let me do what I'm doing right now, and then I'll address that question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Or Castaneda? Yeah. I already did him right. He wasn't here. Costa. Oh, no, he was. Yeah, he wasn't. Number 8, Trala. Did I not say her name? Ariana Espinosa, are you still on the?
Yes, sir, I am.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. You got all the TRLA numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're excused as well. I just missed your name on the call.
Okay, you're fine. Thank you.
No, thank you for being here. Okay. Is there anybody else who had requested court-appointed counsel who is still on the call that didn't hear their name called?
No.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll pull that warrant. Mr. Connors, Ariana Espinosa, there was a warrant. I guess she had failed to appear before, but we'll go ahead and pull the warrant. She showed up today. She's gonna get tied in with TRLA, so I think that's good. Okay. And then from the morning, we have I think I saw Mr. Delgado is back. Thank you, sir, for being back. We'll come back to you in just a moment. And Isaiah Hinojosa. I don't see him just yet. Okay. The court will call cause number 26536, State of Texas versus Bobby Rice. The court has received a motion to release defendant and set reasonable bail. This is Mr. Habash's motion. Mr. Habash, are you ready to proceed?
I am ready to proceed, Judge.
Mr. Connors, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Habash, you may proceed.
I would like to call Bobby Rice, please, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Rice, would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Abash, you may proceed.
Thank you. Bobby, I spoke with you yesterday, and can you tell the court how many days you've been in custody?
About 120 days.
And Bobby, do you currently live in Beeville?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in Beeville?
About 29 years.
And do you plan on working in Beeville?
Yes.
Where is that?
With my father at Pendley Appliance Service.
And he's already told you that he's going to hire you at that job?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any funds at all from previous employment or in any account to be able to make your bond?
I'm not sure. I mean, I really need to talk to my dad to ask how much money he still has of mine. I mean, I really don't know.
But you're incapable of making the $1,000 cash bond that is on you
No,
for
sir.
your release, right?
That's correct.
You cannot make that payment.
No.
And do you understand that if the judge releases you from custody today and grants my request for the PR bond, that you cannot have contact with Santana Gonzalez because you're going to be actually served with an emergency protective order?
I understand.
Okay. And do you promise the court that you'll make your future hearings?
I promise.
I'm going to request a very quick one on March 24th. So can you be back on March 24th?
Yes, sir.
And will you be in contact with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Bobby.
Hey, can I get your contact number real quick before?
I'll make sure you get it.
Understood.
I'll make sure you get it.
Okay.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Abash. Mr. Connors, do you have any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Hi, Bobby. Neil Connors from Michael Knight's office at the County Attorney's Office. I have a couple questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
I know you're a local guy. Do you maintain a local address? Do you have a place, a residence where you're going to actually go to if this court grants you an appropriate bond that you can make?
My dad's house.
Okay. You're able to stay with him?
Yes, sir.
If you're released, okay. There's a couple of cases you have here involve looks like they might be relational in terms of the allegations. Do you know a Santana Gonzalez?
Yes, sir.
Right. Have you been in communication with Santana Gonzalez, or has she contacted you at the jail since you've been in there?
No,
I'm
sir.
just asking you this for purposes of this bond hearing.
No, sir.
Okay. Is it your understanding that you have a child with Santana?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if your judge orders you that you can be released in some manner, will you? Are you going to try to contact Santana Gonzalez, or are you able to comply with any conditions of that release?
My plan is to have my father talk to her for me. And then if I get to see my son, hopefully he can set up an arrangement where my son could be at his house. She drop off my son, and I can go to my dad's house without her presence and be with my family until this is resolved.
Okay. How old is your son?
He's 2 years old.
Okay. All right. When was the last time you saw your son?
120 days.
Okay. Well, I can understand how you might have some emotions with this case. Nevertheless, this court may place some restrictions, conditions on your ability to contact Santana Gonzalez, who's the mother of your child, as you stated. Are you willing to abide by those and work through the process in order to perform your conditions of bond necessary?
Absolutely.
Okay. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Mr. Abash, do you have anything further of Mr. Rice?
No, I don't, Judge.
Do you have any other witnesses?
No, I don't. That's all I have, Judge.
Mr. Connor, do you have any witnesses?
Don't have any witnesses, Your Honor. Just some,
Let's get to
address the
Mr.
court.
Bosch. Closing
Hold it, one
argument.
Taurus.
All right, keep your phone on mute. Mr. Bosch, you may proceed.
Is this, you're asking me to proceed with my final argument? I don't have any more witnesses with my final
Yes.
argument? Okay.
Yeah.
Judge, the defendant's been in custody for about 120 days. He's unable to make the cash bond. I understand that he missed his prior arraignment. I'm going to be working with him and I'm going to resolve these cases on March 24th. I've already been in contact with Neil. I don't want to speak for Mr. Connors, but I don't think he has an objection for my client to be released. He just wants to make sure that the emergency protective order is followed for the alleged victim in the case Santana Gonzalez. My client is going to follow by that and not have any contact with her whatsoever. He's going to be working with his father at Pendleton Appliance, and he will appear in his next court date and will resolve all these 4 cases on the 24th.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. Mr. Connors, do you have any closing arguments?
No, Your Honor, I agree that this is a case where we just want to make sure that the conditions of release are appropriately followed. We understand that these cases are sensitive. There's a lot of emotions that people have with regards to their family members. So if this court we agree that if Mr. Rice would be released, that, obviously there would be terms and conditions that he understand that those conditions would be up to him in terms of his continued release on any bond this court might order.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Anything further, Mr. Bosch or Mr. Connors?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay. Mr. Rice, you face a difficult predicament, and I understand the passage of time has been quite long. I'm going to grant your motion. I'm going to release you from custody upon your execution of a bond of personal recognizance. There's not going to be any dollar value assigned to it. If you don't show up for one of my hearings, Mr. Rice, I'm going to issue an alias capias warrant, and my consideration of your particular circumstances will be much more truncated. But as it stands right now, I want to give you this opportunity to get out and do the right thing. I appreciate the position, the testimony that you provided today, and the position of your attorney. And I too hope that these, I think there are 5 cases now, and there may be others, I don't know, that you can get them all resolved so that you can move on from this difficult situation. The order reducing or setting your bail to PR bond also contains a prohibition against you contacting Santana Gonzalez. Please don't violate that condition. There is an emergency protective order, as Mr. Abash has said, that is in place or that will be in place. So this would be an additional blanket over that emergency protective order. But and did I understand, Mr. Abash, or are we on the docket for the 24th?
That was my request, Judge.
I don't have a problem setting it for the 24th, Mr. Rice. That would be next week. So I'm really not asking a lot of you. You just got to hold it together and do the right thing for another week until it comes before you. Mr. Connors, do you think you can work within that 1 week time frame on these cases as well?
Absolutely, Your Honor. The ball's really in Mr. Rice's hands, and Mr. Habash's assistance is going to be important. So thank you.
Your Honor, were you requesting bond conditions for him to have for probation?
No, I don't think so. Am I? I just don't want him to contact Santana Gonzalez.
Okay.
But it's just 1 week. I really, yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
No, I appreciate it, Ms. Luna. I'd like to give Mr. Habash and Mr. Rice the opportunity to get this done without too much complication. But you understand, Mr. Rice, this is a great opportunity for you, and I really hope you don't squander it. Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Best of luck to you. Is there anything further on any Bobby Rice matters?
Yes, Judge, I would just ask, I know that you granted my motion. Mr. Loya actually usually sends something to the jail that's on a separate form, a separate order with what you ordered today. I was just asking when Mr. Loya does send that, if he can put my number on there for my client, please, if that's not too much to ask.
Not at all, Mr. Habash. We'll take care of it. Mr. Loya just heard your request.
Thank you.
Is there anything further, Mr. Connors, Mr. Habash, on this matter?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. Mr. Rice, best of luck to you, sir. And we won't need you here on the Zoom call anymore, okay?
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Take care. Here's that order that's signed. Mr. Habash, Ms. Yoon, oh wait, let's go ahead and take care of the 2 morning cases if we can. It does require, I think that's, I think those are. Mr. Delgado?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mr. Delgado. At this point in time, would you be, are you interested in communicating with Mr. Connors in a breakout room to discuss the motion to revoke that's pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Connors, is now a good time to shoot you and Mr. Delgado? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. See how I can do this. 1. Sure. When you get the request, just go ahead and click on it, Mr. Delgado. Okay. We don't have a prosecutor present, so we can't really move too much forward. But somebody had asked a question when I was going through the docket, and I don't recall who it was. It was a defendant. Is it you, Mr. Torres? No? Was it you, Mr. Rocha?
Yes, sir, it was me.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I got DWI back in November. I felt like the officer was not being too compliant with me. I was being really compliant with him, and he was pushing towards that I was intoxicated when I wasn't. And me and my girlfriend both. Well, my girlfriend took the first.
Mr. Rocha.
Yes, sir.
You've indicated to the court that you were seeking court-appointed counsel.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you shouldn't. This is that's where this process should stop. You need to talk to. You need to get appointed counsel, and then you need to have this discussion with your attorney. Okay, you shouldn't.
Okay,
you shouldn't.
Would that be Diaz?
Well, he's the one that's gonna get you signed up with TRLA. The attorneys will be one of the trial attorneys. Yeah, but I don't want you to. All of this is being recorded, so I just would admonish you. You don't want to ask any questions of the court.
Okay.
You've requested an attorney. I apologize. So
yes, sir. I'm sorry.
No,
about
that's
that.
okay. The best thing that you can do right now is you're excused. You can get off the call and get in touch with Mr. Diaz today. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Oh, here it is. Okay. He was 45. I'm looking at him. Here you go to he was a morning case too. That's where I got confused. So, all right. Mixed up. He was in a morning case. I have it mixed up. I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. Okay, this is the morning. So one's done. This one's done. This room is a conference. Do that. I think he's not here. Look there close to that. So that's done. So page done.
Your Honor, I'm going to step out of the office real quick. I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Miss Luna. This one wants to come first. That's 2. And this one wants to confer. That's 3. And this one's done. Okay, excellent. Mr. Reina.
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to get my my docket organized. I apologize. I'm talking to myself. I have Mr. Metza. Ah, yes.
I'm here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Metza.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a note. Number 40. Yes, I have. Oh, yes, sir. He's next door. Okay. Marina. Okay. Miss Yoon, Mr. Habash, do y'all have any cases? Oh, yeah, from the morning. No?
We'll just update Theodore Hernandez, who's here. We finished his paperwork, and as we speak, I believe it's being walked over to you from the county attorney's office.
Excellent. Is that the only case you have left on all the dockets today?
For me, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yoon. I know it was a challenging day. I appreciate your professionalism and patience.
A lot of people.
I'm thinking that maybe mid-year, once we do get back into in-person, I'm thinking about going to weekly dockets. And just to keep up with the volume of cases that come in and give y'all more opportunity to resolve cases so that the docket isn't as large here at the court and that y'all's dockets aren't as large either. But probably all get together and have a discussion about that to see what sort of problems that might bring with your office.
I'm good with that. We can talk about it.
Right now, we're just waiting on Mr. Connors and Mr. Hernandez. I just received your paperwork, so I'm going to review it right now. Oh. What kind of case is this? Okay, first DWI. Mr. Hernandez.
There.
Thank you. And Ms. Yoon, I've reviewed the pretrial supervision agreement between Mr. Hernandez and the state of Texas approve and have executed the documents that and the waiver of speedy trial. Hey, Mr. Connors, I'm glad you're back.
Hey, Judge.
I was just letting Mr. Hernandez know that the conditions of pretrial supervision that y'all, the agreement that y'all has been signed by the court. Mr. Hernandez, you'll need to report today to Miss Luna at probation. And Miss Luna, you want to?
Bobby, it's Jeremy.
If you will report right now, Mr. Hernandez, is he frozen?
No, he's good.
Got that.
Okay,
I'm
I need
here.
to report to probation today. Where are you at? Are you in Beeville?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Do you know where the probation department's at?
No.
Right behind the new jail. The new sheriff's department. Right there. We're in the tan trailer.
All right.
Okay, just come on over. We're here.
All right, that'll work.
Mr. Hernandez, best of luck to you, sir. You are excused. Thank you for your patience today.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Connors, let's see. Do we have anything to discuss at this point in time with Mr. Delgado's case?
We do, Your Honor. Breakout was very effective. I have the probationer's report on this case. I think I understand their position on this case. I think if I can speak just rather frankly, Mr. Delgado has some performance issues that he recognizes that he has to meet. And I would just going to suggest to the court that if he can report to probation today, he needs to bring a checkbook and himself. And I think that from the point of view of the state, we would be satisfied with him if he were able to do those things today. And then we would have a reset on this matter in a couple of months just to see where we stand, because he has some classes to complete. But that would be our humble request, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Mr. Delgado, you heard what Mr. Connors just said. Are you, is that your understanding, and is that something that you're able to do?
Yes, sir. I fully understand, and I'm fully capable of doing that task.
That's good. I hope you are, Mr. Delgado. I hope next time I see you, it's to consider dismissal of this matter or whatever the resolution, the ultimate resolution. I guess it's not, maybe not dismissal, but ultimate resolution of this case.
Yes, sir.
In favor. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll get over to see Miss Luna. Do you know where she's at?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. You're excused. Thank you for your patience and your time today, and best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Connors, we also have Isaiah Hinojosa from the morning who would like to speak with you. Or is there a need to? Actually, he's not here.
Did we take care of Hinojosa, Your Honor? Perhaps.
You might have. I think he was the individual that you asked to give y'all a call.
Oh, okay. I can let me double check with the staff here on that one. Hinojosa. All right, Your Honor. Well, we'll need a couple minutes to get the facts on that, Your Honor.
No worries. We'll go back to it. There's other folks that would like to speak with you as well. Sure. First up, why am I not finding any of them? Oh, here we go. First up is David Reina. I'm going to, there you are, sir. I'm going to invite you to a breakout room. So be looking for that here in just 1 second. You should have received that request, Mr. Reina, and you did. Okay, Neil, he should be in
Okay, Judge.
breakout room. Yes, sir.
All right, waiting for that instruction.
Oh, you can just go back in, I think.
Oh, okay, let's see. I don't have an invite yet.
I can try to do this real quick. Hold on.
Got it. Thank you, Judge.
Go to room 1, not room 3. Ah, it worked. Ms. Yoon, do you have anything else?
No,
You're welcome to hang out as long as you want. Otherwise, you're excused.
thank you.
Mr. Abash, do you have anything else?
I don't, man. Be excused, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you both very much. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
You too, Judge. Thank you.
Take care. Goodbye. Mr. Raven, you still doing okay?
Yes, I am.
We pay the same whether or not it's half a day or a day and a half, right?
Oh, yeah.
And we're finally getting a little bit up on our side of the ledger here. I'd say that either Dolores or Candy owes you a lunch next time you're here in person.
It's been a busy day.
Yeah.
Are we going to start doing court in late April in person?
I'm hoping the first docket in April. Have we set that already? We haven't set it. We're waiting for. We just need to make sure we've got good clearance from Judge Watley, and with respect to the plan going forward. But I think everything has been approved or is in the works to be approved. So I'm looking forward to coming back and having everybody with us. We'll still practice some social distancing, but this morning I think would have been able to move, and we would have been done, I think, by 10:30 if we could have just all been in the same room talking and working things out. That was a little cumbersome.
Is Watley the administrative judge?
Yes. Plus, when we're remote, Mrs. Luna can't tap me on the shoulder or punch me in the arm and say, "Hey, you need to hear from me too," before I do something. So I know it's a little bit more nerve-wracking for her.
A little bit, because I don't know when it's to interrupt or not. I want to be ugly.
I understand. I understand.
I see Marina's here too.
Yeah, she's hanging out. It wasn't live earlier today. She couldn't get in, so.
Yeah, that's my apologies. I just.
She's fine.
Mr. Connors, do we have anything to discuss or announce with respect to Mr. Reyna?
Yes, Your Honor. We have an agreed disposition, and Mr. Reyna is going to take care of that. I guess we'd only request that we would carry it onto your next docket, but we expect that a dismissal be signed subject to his completion of our agreement.
Perfect. Is that March 24th, or do you need a little bit more time?
No more time, Your Honor.
Okay. Case will be reset for arraignment on March 24th. Mr. Reyna, are you back? Oh, he's still in the breakout room.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if I can get him back. I don't know how to get him back. I'm just going to close all the rooms. Nope, that didn't bring him back. Oh, they have 60 seconds. I'll announce to him when he shows back up.
Judge, you could send me back if you want, and I'll tell him to get back here.
I think I started to close it. I don't know how to undo it.
Give Mr.
The
Reyna's
next,
number. We could give him a quick call, tell him to go back, so we can get him back on the phone.
the next breakout room will be for Richard Matthews and Mr. Connors. You guys just hang tight for a second. We've got 16 seconds left. at that in a second. Okay, Mr. Richards, you are Michael Loya. Would you just run over there and make sure? I'm gonna go ahead and put y'all have been invited to room number 2. Yeah, Mr. Richards, Mr. Loya is coming over to click that link. Mr. Connors, did you get your invitation?
Got it, Your Honor.
Great. Mrs. Bonda, do you want me to put you in that room too, or are you okay? Ah, Mr. Reyna.
Yes, sir.
Your case has been reset for March 24th, 2021. The court, the prosecutor represented to the court that y'all have reached an informal agreement and that agreement should be satisfied before the 24th. And in the event that it is, a motion to dismiss should be on file with my offices, with my chambers before that date. And so as long as y'all work out what you need to do, then you will not have to show up on the 24th. But if it's not completed, then I will call your name on the March 24th docket, and I will expect that you be present. But
Yes, sir. Excuse me. I'm sorry, sir. I've been instructed what to do. I'm gonna go do it right now. Before 5 o'clock, I'll let Mr. Lawyer know that it's been done. That way, you'll know, sir.
Great. Hey, thank you so much, and best of luck to you, Mr. Rainey, and thank you for your patience this afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good day, sir.
You too. Bye-bye. This is how a docket's supposed to go. Golly.
Waking up this morning.
Yeah. All right, what's this? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, we got through a lot. I think that, yeah, I think the attorneys all did a good job. Challenging. But we got it handled, so that's good. Mr. Connors, you're back.
Hey, Judge.
Do we have any progress with Mr. Matthews?
We do, Your Honor. You'll be seeing a recommended request for dismissal from Your Honor momentarily.
Oh, okay. Would you go pull Mr. Rich Matthews out of the conference room? Thanks.
And I'll add, Your Honor, that Mr. Matthews has made a couple trips over here from Corpus, and last one was during the big freeze.
Oh, no.
So, but we weren't here.
Yeah, none of us were here.
No.
That's unfortunate.
But anyway.
I'm sure he's ready to be done. So we'll dismiss today?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, great.
Get that to you.
Today or in the morning, depending on.
Sure. Okay.
All right. We have one more, Mr. Carlos Meza. You ready, sir? I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. Neil Connors. He's the prosecutor, so you guys can discuss the matter, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You consent to that? No problems.
Okay, I consent to that.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I put y'all in room 4.
Okay, Judge, thanks.
On your phone, Mr. Meza, you need to click it to go to the.
Okay, I did.
All right.
Okay.
And then you'll have to come back when you're done.
Okay.
Let me see if I can move you there myself.
Okay.
I can't. Did you get the invitation?
I did, and I clicked it.
Okay, hang tight. Don't do anything.
Okay.
I'm gonna move you around.
Okay, I'm gonna press join, right?
Now press join.
Okay.
Mr. Matthews, I understand that your case has been resolved and a motion to dismiss will be on my desk before the end of the day. I appreciate your patience. I understand from Mr. Connors as well. He's in a breakout room with another defendant. I understand that you traveled up here on the 16th during the winter storm. I apologize, and
Not your fault. I couldn't get anybody to answer the phones. I didn't want to not show up. It was a slip and slide ride all the way. I can tell you that.
I'm very, very sorry, and I'm glad that you were safe. That was quite an interesting. It's been an interesting year. And
yes, it has.
Who knows what's going to happen next? But you are excused. Best of luck to you, and thank you again for being present today.
Thank you very much for your attitude. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Take care.
Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You know, I'm exhausted. Is anybody else exhausted? At least my headache went away.
Caffeine, that help?
A little caffeine, a couple of leaf, a little water.
I take the leaf too. I like a leaf.
Oh yeah. Kidneys don't like them.
Yeah.
My body likes. Yeah, right, Brittany? Let's see how good Mr. Connors can do.
Who has the conditions of all these people by any chance? Anybody know? Judge, do you have them? All the pretrial diversion?
Yeah, they're all strewn about. Oh, sorry. They're all strewn about on, they're everywhere.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure.
The bench looks like my office upstairs now.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I think they're all together though.
Yeah, we'll get them.
I know we're all rooting for Mr. Connors right now. So we don't have to go through a formal arraignment. I don't know that I've done a formal arraignment on Zoom yet.
Are we doing the trial next week by Zoom? We're not going to do a trial? Okay.
No, sir. Yeah, sorry. I think there were 4 cases, 2 were continued, 1 was dismissed. As multiple cases for 1 or more of the defendants. But we're going to use that setting to apparently resolve, I don't know, somewhere between 6 and 12 cases, I think, from this morning and this afternoon's docket. So it should be interesting.
I can't wait till April. So let me tell you, just doing it on the thing is not.
What's irritating are the people sitting out there and clicking on. That's why you just got to mute all of them until you're ready to bring them forward, because they kept interrupting you to kill a word or 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine it's even rough for you sitting there trying to type, and then they get in, or that one guy was just on,
man, it's driving me crazy. That's why I finally said something. I had enough of it.
I'm glad you did. A couple of them this afternoon, they just kept unmuting themselves. I would mute them, they would unmute themselves, and then, their child would start speaking.
Mr. Mason was sitting there slurping on his straw and causing all that noise. Couldn't hear.
I feel sorry for, and honestly, it's our generation that suck with technology. So, I'm having to ask my daughter, who's 16, how does this work? And she shows me how, and I'm like, oh my gosh. It's that bad, guys.
I know the feeling.
When we were school, we didn't have computer classes. Now they do.
Yeah. I remember taking like IPC or something like that. It was like computers or something.
The only thing we had was typewriters. That was it. I'm dating myself.
A little bit.
I'll never forget my typing class. My freshman or sophomore year in high school, the attic of the main building at the school that I went to. And I was going to say, with respect to computing power for us in high school, the most powerful thing at our fingertips was the TI-81. And I remember when they came out with the TI-82, the TI-81 was gray, the TI-82 was black. It didn't work as good as the TI-81, it was too complicated. And I could make some really neat, what are those, fractals? Yeah, I couldn't use it for math. But.
I don't think anybody uses for math. We just, see what we can make on it and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a neat computer or a calculator.
Yeah, now they're so fancy. You just, I'm good with just a regular calculator.
Mm-hmm.
So the other one's got too much buttons and stuff on them. I don't even know what it is. And I have yet to use any geometry in my life. So, I don't know about y'all.
I do not like geometry.
Oh, I don't either. I can't get shapes. Couldn't do it. Oh, here we go.
Mr. Connors.
Yes, Your Honor. I hope Miss Luna was not talking behind my back.
We were lamenting how technology has passed us by, and we were discussing the advent of the TI-81 calculator, and
Guilty conscience
and geometry. So
that's great.
I need to get Mr. Torres back out. So I'm just going to go ahead and close the room, and it'll be 59 seconds, but he'll come in.
Okay. I try to tell everybody to come back. I don't know why. I guess on the phone devices, it's not as seamless. But
yeah. I don't know that I would know how to do it, so I can't be critical of anybody at this point in time.
So, Judge, on these cases where we try to get, a resolution, POM case, we're doing, so the court knows, I don't know if the court wants to know, but I'll just tell you, we're doing some charitable donations to local charities. You got someone who's from Houston, and thank goodness for Zoom. And in those instances where we're confident it's going to be done, obviously we don't want to dismiss the case before the so proverbial checks in the mail. But so I've been telling them that it's more likely than not that, if you get that to us, you would have another court date. But, if it's a dismissal, then it's a dismissal. I don't want to take the court's authority to try to suggest anybody doesn't have to appear.
As long as the dismissal's on file, we're good to go.
Okay.
There's Mr. Torres.
Yes. All right, Mr. Metza, Mr. Connors, do we have anything to announce?
Yes, we would announce a disposition of this case that I've fully informed Mr. Torres about, and we're confident that upon his completion of that task, that we would have which amounts to essentially some form of minor contribution to a local charitable organization. In light of this nature of this offense, we're going to go ahead and dismiss, subject to his completion of that.
Okay. Do we need to set this set this case for the 24th just to make sure everything is done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Metza, I understand that you and the county attorney have reached an agreement, and that agreement should be satisfied by you before March 24th. So I'm setting your case for March 24th. If you have not completed your agreement, I will not have a dismissal on my desk. Your case will not be dismissed, and you will need to appear again on March 24th. Okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the store right now, and I'm gonna send the money out right now.
Okay, great. Well, listen, I really appreciate it. Thanks for your patience. Best
Thank
of luck.
you. So I'm sorry, if I send this money right now, I don't have to go to court March 24th, right?
If I sign a motion, if I have a motion to dismiss on my desk before March 24th, you don't need to show up.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
May I say, just Your Honor, that Mr. Torres,
Mr.
Mesa, who's using Mr. Torres' device, you can always contact our office to confirm that the case is, the status.
Okay. Yeah, I will call Mr. Lawyer and ask him, or call you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesa. Thank you, Judge.
I have a question about one of the cases we just heard a while ago.
Okay, hold on real quick. Mr. Metza, you are excused. You may go ahead and get off the line. Best of luck.
Okay, so I just hang up or what?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Y'all have a blessed day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Yes, Ms. Luna.
Okay, so on Jesse Delgado, are we dismissing his motion to revoke? Because you did not go through with the whole thing about the allegations and stuff like that, and his was with the warrant. So do I need to submit it to you for dismissal?
Jesse Delgado. 22 and it'd be so good to have you in person.
That was from the morning docket that we just took care of,
Yes, sir.
that I was sending your way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, Jesse Delgado. Okay, number 22 on the morning docket.
Yes.
So he's going to be reporting to you today.
Yes, sir.
There's a pending motion to revoke, and there's a warrant associated with that motion to revoke.
Correct. So either I need to dismiss it because we didn't go through the actual motion to where, you know, he didn't say he did 1 through 5 or whatever I have, the
Right.
allegations. So I'm assuming I'm dismissing the MTR.
Yes. I think so, Mr. Connors, don't you? Otherwise, it's
So,
going to be
yes, yeah.
It's going to be a warrant.
Because we didn't go through the other legal stuff.
Correct. Yeah, the motion to revoke was completely avoided by agreement of the parties. So yes, Ms. Luna, does that give you all the direction you need?
Yes, sir. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to send that to Mr. Connors here in a little while, and then you'll get it. Hopefully, Mr. Lloyd will give it to you this afternoon.
Okay.
If not, tomorrow.
Okay. Tomorrow works too. Thank you all so much for your patience today and all of your efforts. Mr. Connors, great job.
Thanks, Judge.
And hopefully we don't have to do this too much more. If we do, I think Mr. Raven's probably going to reach through and strangle one of our defendants. I don't know if it's going to be the Slurpee guy or the guy who's going to change his baby's diaper or the guy who's going to be in a yelling match with his wife. I don't know which one it's going to be. I'm sure it's going to be one.
Oh.
Yeah. Is there anything further that needs to come before the court at all on today's dockets?
We're good.
You mean that's it, Judge?
I think we're done.
We're done? All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Brittany.
Y'all may all be.
Oh, Mr. Connors, I'll be calling you later.
Oh, he's not taking calls right now.
Bye, y'all.
And Judge, Mr. Raven, thanks so much for taking care of that gentleman up in Victoria.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not going to ask you, Mr. Raven, to go collect his restitution payments every month. Thank you guys very much.
Bye, Judge.
I'm going to go ahead and
Thank you, Your Honor.
goodbye.
Yes, sir.